यहाँ से हटने से आप जाइए, सिग्नेचर करिए और कर लीजिए। Please take your seat. Welcome to Pragati. Myself Majid Husain. I am setting the question paper and doing the evaluation also. And in Pragati, there is only one person who is doing all the activities relating to geography. So I welcome you because you came with great expectations. This year the result of geography was very good in my opinion. Most of the students secure good marks, 270, 270 plus. And these days 270 is not a bad score. I was just meeting a boy in the office. He told me he was my test series student last year. He got 286 in geography, but still he was not invited for the interview, simply because he got less marks in essay or GS paper 2. So geography these days is a very evergreen type of subject. It helps you in the PT, it helps you in GS paper 1 and paper 3, and itself, if you are writing the answer according to the wishes of the paper setters and the geography professors, you are bound to get good marks. Now I have gone through your answer books, and the answer books have been classified under two categories. Those who appeared in the test on the scheduled date here in this room. Secondly, some of you have taken your answer sheet to your residence, to your study rooms, and submitted your answers from your residence or from your houses. Invariably, all those who submitted the answer sheet later, they got better marks. So it is a reflection. I was very happy because I have to give the marks. The marks are given on the written material. And if you have written the correct answer, the teacher is bound to give you the appropriate marks. But the problem is, you should be honest to yourself. Because at least one short note was attempted by many of you who submitted the answer sheet from houses. That answer is correct answer. Anybody who appeared in the class, they skipped that short note. They got 0. Everybody who submitted the answer sheet from homes, their answer is correct and they got good marks. So this is actually befooling to self. UPSC, as you know, and I often talk in my class, UPSC conduct the examination to fail you. University and engineering colleges, even the IITs, they conduct the examination to pass you. This is a difference. So if they are going to fail you, then you have to snatch the marks. In the universities, engineering colleges, IITs, medical institutes, we have direct relationship with the teacher. We may or may not be doing anything, but they want good marks. If somebody is deserving 60%, they give 70%. If the candidate deserves 70%, they may be giving 80%. मेरे बाप का क्या जाता है? Let this boy go out. And if you have some nuisance value, creating some problem for the teacher, you may be getting the highest. This is the system of evaluation in the universities, in the engineering college and medicine. Believe it or not, because they don't teach, but give very good marks. In the UPSC, there is cutthroat competition. And the UPSC secretary who sits with the examiners, all the time he reminds, please read the answer carefully. Because the difference of only 1 mark may put a weak candidate above the cut line, a better candidate below the cut line. That's why all the professors, even the non-serious professors, they go through the answer books. They read your, not only each line, they read each word. They read the spelling also. Spelling is not important. But if somebody is writing correct English, Another is writing his own style of English with own spellings, not standard spelling. The first boy will be getting an edge, will be better. He may be getting 1 mark more. So this is the point which I want to impress. I will hand over the result in a few minutes, but let me tell you something. What should be done and should not be done in the UPSC examination. The first point, never do any cutting in your answer sheet. Cutting in UPSC examination is a crime. If you are doing cutting, it means, you please come here, Rohit. If you are doing cutting, it means you are confused. And confused bureaucrats are not required, are not needed to by the government of India. If you are confused yourself and you are selected, you will be creating problems in your office. You will be fighting with the seniors and scolding the juniors. The work will suffer. So anybody who is doing cutting or writing, that is not appreciated. Any average student can beat a better student if his presentation is neat and tidy. This is one point. Believe it or not, you will do according to your wishes. If anybody is doing cutting over writing, that is not appreciated by the examiners, because other students are submitting their answer sheet neat and tidy. And when the neat and tidy answer sheets comes, I was going through Anshul Tiwari's answer sheet, beautiful presentation, but the content is weak. I know each and every student, what are the plus and minus, and I have given the comments also on each question. So please, for this purpose, try to prepare your own notes and read your own notes. Never go by the notes available in the market. There may be bulky notes. Yes, please come here. There may be bulky notes available. And somebody says sometimes, sir, I read 4 kg of geography notes, 4 kilo notes padhe hain, and out of 600 at that time, the boy said, I got 220. Is there a relationship between the weight of the notes and the marks secured by a candidate? There is no relationship. A boy or a candidate who reads only 200 grams may beat the student who is reading 5 kg. So collection of these market notes is not desirable. Try to consult the standard literature. Still you have the time. At least 20 short notes should be prepared by you. 1 page each on important topics, and we know what are the important topics which may be asked. Arrange the material as the geographers give the answer. Read this material and reproduce in the examination. Because these days, in 180 minutes, the examiner is asking you to write 18 or 19 questions in optional geography. Maybe 20 questions in the GS paper. It means the per question time available is only 10 minutes. This is average, and average does not explain the extremes. So for a short note, there may be only 7 minutes available per short note. 7 into 5 may be 35 minutes should be devoted to this. At the most, it may go to 40 minutes. There are 10 short notes in geography papers. So you can imagine how much time you have to devote. Then there are some questions carrying 20 marks. Some questions carrying 15 marks. They are lengthy questions. If there are questions like plate tectonics or a detailed question on tropical cyclone or temperate cyclone or the interior of the earth, then it will take definitely more time. We should finish a 20 marks question in about 18 minutes and a 15 marks question in 12 or 13 minutes. So apart from your study, rationalization of time is very important. Virender, here is this. Sorry. जाके आप इंतजाम कीजिए सीट्स का. There may be some more students. Please sit down. So rationalization of time is very important, and that is possible if you know the art of reducing the matter. Everybody can write 10 pages on a comparative study of temperate and tropical cyclones, because you know what is the origin of these cyclones, what are the characteristics of the cyclones, what are the weather conditions in cyclones, what are the tracks of the different cyclones. If it is tropical, what is the nomenclature of the tropical cyclone, then what is the social relevance or significance, how these cyclones affect the society. If there are two cyclones, temperate and tropical cyclone, both asked as a short note, carrying only 10 marks, you will be in difficulties. I don't like the paper setter, because these should have been 20 marks question, or either of the two should have been 15 marks or 20 marks question. But you cannot challenge the examiner. Examiner is the master, and he is not our relative. He has full power to ask any type of question. Once, if you remember, in GS paper, the continental drift was asked as early as 5 marks question. The book Continental Drift is about 300 pages, Wagner's theory. Wagner's theory was asked only 5 marks in short note in the Geography General Studies paper. So how to reduce this knowledge? That is required. You must develop that skill. How to reduce the big material in less number of words, less number of lines. Gagar mein sagar samona hai, that you have to do. Secondly, your paper is checked by geography professor. I am talking about geography. Geography paper is checked by geography professors. There may be 20 or 24 examiners for the first paper, one set of examiners evaluating the first paper. There may be another set of 20 or 24 professors evaluating your second paper. So imagine these 24 plus 24 professors are trained in geography. They are senior. Most of them are retired, or they are approaching retirement. सठिया हुए प्रोफेसर हैं. If you are submitting an answer book with cuttings, they will be irritated. They want to read, but you are not giving him a chance to read your answer. And those who don't apply the principle of judicious use of time, they may be writing comfortably in the first 1 hour, and in the end they write with too fast a speed. They write with Rajdhani Express or Frontier Mail. Now the writing becomes distorted. It is not readable. I am telling from first-hand experience. If the writing is not readable, कोई माई का लाल पढ़ के तो दिखाए. If this is the condition, the examiner again will be annoyed. He will cut and he will give less than the marks you deserve. So from first line till last line of your paper, I mean the line which you are writing on the 180th minute should be readable. This is possible if you did a rehearsal writing. Rehearsal writing at your room. 1 month before you start writing. If this is a question, I want to finish this in 20 minutes or 18 minutes. How to finish this? That is it. And it is possible if you don't read too much. If you are reading several books, if you are taking the notes of all the coaching centers in Rajen Nagar and Mukherjee Nagar, Zia Sarai, there may be many more centers also of coaching in Delhi itself, then it means you are in difficulties. Keep this point in mind. Try to prepare your own notes from those notes also, and the notes should not be very lengthy. And these notes which you are preparing should be Sanjeevani Booty, structured answer with points. You can elaborate the points if there is a desire. Never go for the Jakhu Parvat. We need Sanjeevani Booty. Examiner want to have a structured answer with headings, with main points. If you follow this, you will be comfortable. You will be getting good marks with less efforts, with less knowledge. That's why Pragati is also providing notes. because it is a demand from the side of the students, those who take their admission offline in Pragati, they demand notes. X coaching center is giving such bulky notes, we need notes. So our director also prepared the notes. You can read those notes. But I know my students, some of my regular students are sitting, they know what should be the model answer for each question, which we teach in the class, which we teach, we know. Because the paper setter gives the model answer also. It is a solved paper. Setting a question paper of UPSC is not an easy job. Many of the professors, they refuse. But the secretary all the time requests, sir, this is a question of prestige and dignity and honor. Money is not the criteria, set the question paper. They persuade the examiners to go. But in the university, everybody accepts the examinership. Because they give marks, they never read the answer. In the universities, the pattern is totally different. So when the paper setter has submitted the model answer, and the model answers are discussed one day before the evaluation is start in the UPSC Dholpur house, all these answers are also discussed and finalized, then the evaluation work is start. So our answer should be close to the model answer. What we are writing, it should be close. If it is a question on interior of the earth, or inversion of temperature, or land breeze and sea breeze, small notes, they should be what the geography professor would have submitted. Everybody is not knowing. In this market is a very strange market, because there are civil engineers teaching geography, failed 4 times. Botanists teaching geography, failed 4 times. Political scientists teaching geography, failed 4 times. And some Hindi, MA in Hindi, through Hindi medium, they are teaching geography, failed 4 times. So the genuine teachers, you have to identify where is the genuine teachers teaching the subject. If your optional is political science, go to a person who is a professor of political science. They have all type of experience. So this is actually a badi vidambana hai कि in this market, the popular coaching centers are attracting the large number of students, and some of very good students are wasting their 2-3 years. Otherwise, this is 1-year course. If the teacher is guru, seriously involved in your career and take your career as his personal career, then IAS you can achieve the target in 1 year. But if the guru is Guru Ghantal and a pujari of Lakshmi, you will be in difficulty. So these are a few points. Apart from this, in a geographic answer, the value of maps and diagrams is very important. Never attempt a short note unless it is from geographical thought, etc., aerial differentiation. Never attempt a short note without one diagram. At least one diagram should be in a short note. For 15 marks question, there should be 2 diagrams, minimum. More you give, the better. And thirdly, for a 20 marks question, we should add at least 3 diagrams. Now, you see, if there is a question on the temperate cyclone, you have to explain the polar front theory or what is a front. Then you have to give some diagrams. You have to explain actually the distribution of these. Oh, not before that. What are the characteristics? Several diagrams may be coming there. What is the actually pattern of weather conditions in the temperate cyclone? Pattern of weather conditions in the temperate cyclone, that diagram is to be given. And finally, the tracks, the routes they follow. 3-4 automatically will be the minimum. This we have to adopt the pattern. So my point of advice to you, because you are my student, your result is my result, and I never bother where you came from. I never try to ask also, because I know you people are dukhi prani. You people suffered a lot, paid the money, the parents suffer. They expect so much from you people investing money on you. When the result is not coming, the family is also disappointed. So I wish each one of you may secure very good marks in geography, and I will be guiding you on those lines. Plus, while giving diagrams, you should follow the pattern of geographers. Do as Romans do. चिमगादड़ का मेहमान उल्टा लटकता है, आप उसको पसंद करें या ना करें. Geographers want to see the diagram as they did or doing throughout, as they are provided in atlases or in books you are reading. While adopting this, the color should be avoided. Because everybody is not good in color scheme. If you are showing Brahmaputra or Ganga with red ink, तो आपने तो खून की नदियां बहा दी. It should be either pencil or it should be blue or green. Blue is preferable. This is a color scheme. We have to think seriously. If there is a desert and you are coloring it green, desert cannot be green. These are common sense. Unfortunately, all of you are graduates. Common sense is not common. You will do according to your wishes. दिल है कि मानता नहीं, मुझे यही चेक करना चाहता हूं, but please forget. Therefore, go for the coloring only if you know the color scheme of geographers. Otherwise, pencil is not a bad option. In pencil diagram, you can erase, you can redraw. That is a big advantage. But giving diagram because my neighbor is giving a diagram should not be the practice. When you give the diagram, it should be properly labeled. Without labeling, it carries no meaning. The examiner will cut. You want to say something, but you are not able to say where is the temperature, where is the height. That point should be taken. And in some of the diagrams, if there is a diagram like interior of the earth, we have to draw a circle or more than one circle. Most of you draw the circle freehand drawing. Freehand drawing, circle is a perfect geometric figure. A perfect circle cannot be drawn freehand. You should take the help of a stencil. Stencils are available in the market. Carry stencil and draw the circle. There may be two circles I show you, the mental outer core, inner core, that can be shown if they are going to plot the earthquake or seismic waves. So please always go in the examination hall, अपने पूरे अस्त्र शस्त्र के साथ जाइए. Nobody object you, provided you have not written anything on the stencil. They will allow you. What are allowed in the UPSC examination? Circles are allowed. Triangles, rectangles, squares, parallelogram, pentagon, hexagons. All these figures are available in the market, and carry these figures in the. Because if there is a question on the shelter place theory, you have to draw the hexagon, K3, K4, K6, K7 network. So in that case, these stencils save your time. And the answer book is neat and tidy. I am telling you that when a good answer book comes, where there is no cutting and the drawing is good, these Budha professors fear that this is the answer book of a girl of 22 years of age or 24 years of age. So automatically वो liberal हो जाता है. He gives at least 1 mark more. You have befooled by your good presentation. ये हमारे mind में बना हुआ है. Good handwriting means girls handwriting. Boys write very good. I know some of my students are very good in writing, but they take it otherwise. And when the idea of a girl comes in the mind of a retired professor, he becomes over liberal. He gives more marks. This is one thing. So take the advantage. Never draw a circle with freehand drawing. Most of the answer books I checked, except the answer book of my old students, I found ink has been used to draw the circle. In that question on the physical constitution of the earth in the light of seismic waves or earthquake waves, one boy is drawing the perfect circle, another is drawing जैसे कोई सीखने वाली रोटी बनाती, चपाती बनाती, उल्टी सीधी सर्किल बनाया है, तो there will be difference. The examiner will feel that this answer sheet is better. Better presentation means with the same knowledge one may be beating to you. And never try actually to help your friends. I don't want to go into the details, because you may be teaching your friend and friend's handwriting may be better. That friend will beat you. in the examination, and once she is selected and you have still to go for this competition, the candidate will go to Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy, the relationship will break. There will be new relationships. So for 1 year, forget about it. Never try to teach your friends. You should be very selfish because this is a competition. Only 1 mark difference can get you in the list of selected candidates, and 1 mark less may put you down again, go for this rigorous exercise of PT, mains and interview. One more point before I hand over the result to you. In paper 1, we don't have to write much from our own side. If it is geosyncline or any topic of climatology, oceanography, you have to reproduce the knowledge which is available in the book. And books are of 2 types. Books published by the foreign authors and books written by like we people Indians. Try to avoid the Indian authors unless there is a compulsion. If you are not following the book of a foreign author, then go for the Indian author. Because if you are going for that, the answer will not be very lengthy answer, but diagrams are to be inserted, or your answer is to be documented with some maps and diagrams. Avoid the diagrams of Indian authors. Say why? Because ours is a caste ridden society. If you are reading Singh and the examiner is Mishra, we know what are the diagrams of Singh. We know who is the examiner. If the examiner is Mishra, he will say, "Achha, ye uska bhakt hai, dekhta hu." Because evaluation is subjective, and the rivalry of the department is reflected in the evaluation work also. I know it personally. Why you are failing? तो भाई अरे इसको क्या आता है, इसे सेवेंद्र सिंह पढ़ रखा है, उसी के डायग्राम दे रखे हैं, एंड सेवेंद्र सिंह ने कॉपी कर रखा है. If this is the actually mind of the examiner, you try to get rid of this. Consult the book for your writing, but diagram should be from foreign authors. If you give the foreign author diagram, then you are having double advantage. Number 1, some of the diagrams may be latest, where the examiner will feel that this candidate knows more than myself. If the candidate is superior, he should get 1 mark more or 2 marks more, because he never read after MA. After MA, once a person becomes a permanent faculty member in any department, they never read. अब क्या पढ़ना है? I am a man of population geography. I will be teaching population geography for 36 years. There cannot be any change in the timetable. So for 36 years, the person may be teaching only population geography or agricultural geography or environmental geography. He doesn't know, he is not familiar what is happening in geomorphology or plate tectonics. He is not knowing what are the latest development in geographical thought. So if you introduce something new, he may cut it. The diagrams, particularly he will observe which book you have consulted, because your writing, your answer books reveal your personality also, your commitment to the authors. So try to avoid the diagrams of the Indian authors. Maybe my diagrams also, though I borrowed most of the diagrams from foreign authors. I am not a creator of diagrams. I also did some exercise, but the diagrams are from foreign authors. It does not mean consult my book. Go for any book you feel easy to read. NCERT is, I think, is most easy, but diagrams should be from foreign. Diagrams should be from foreign authors. This should be avoided. Now there will be many more points which I want to say, but the easy book should be on your table. The book which you read and follow, that should be on your table. If you are reading, for example, Hussain or Nature of Geography, or you are consulting Pete, Antipod, then you will be in difficulties. They have written with much difficult language. किताब वो अच्छी होती जो पढ़ के समझ में आए. But the prevailing environment is totally different. You read Nature of Geography written by Hussain, और कहते क्या लिखा है साहब, पढ़ते समझ में नहीं आते. It is a standard book. The book which you are not following, you give a comment, oh this is the standard book. उसका क्या स्टैंडर्ड है, पढ़ के समझ में नहीं आती. लेक्चर का भी यही मामला है. When the lecture goes above the head, you say the professor is excellent. क्या बोलते हैं, क्या लेक्चर देते हैं, कंधे हिलाते हैं, लेक्चर देते हैं, चले जाते हैं, समझ में कुछ नहीं आता. So that should not be the criteria to determine the quality of book or the quality of a lecture. Try to obtain simple book, and out of those simple books, prepare your own notes. These are some points of advice. I will be discussing thoroughly some model answers of each question, and I think it will be a long class today. First, let me hand over you the result. And first, I will give the result of the students who appeared on the scheduled date here in this room. Yeah. There may be some mistake of totaling, and if there is a mistake, you please point me out. I can do the correction, though I feel the mistake will not be there. Yes, Shivam Kumar. You have to do it. Should I reveal the marks also? No, he got 30 out of 250. Naveen, you have to do very hard. 39. Shobhi Garg. Shubhi Garg. Not present. Oh, what is the marks? 40 something. Asmita Singh, 56. S. Bansal. Swamin Bansal? Swarni Bansal. 61. Piyush Kumar Ankit. 72. राहुल बोरा. राहुल इज प्रेजेंट. भाई पर्सनल एक सवाल है, अगर आपका दिल चाहे जवाब दे दीजिए, वरना से आपने कोचिंग कहाँ से कर रखी है? ये मुश्किल सवाल है, मुझे पूछना नहीं चाहिए. अगर बताएं तो उससे मुझे कुछ फायदा होगा. Your marks you are not telling. 74. There are some serious mistakes, and to the extent of blunders, try to avoid the blunders. Rinku Meena, 80. Himanshu Singh, 86. Renuka, 88. Nikhil Yadav, 90. Mohammad Arshad Haider Naqvi, 90. Anshul Tiwari, 94. जो सवाल किए हैं अच्छे किए हैं, जहां छोड़ दिया उस पर नंबर कोई नहीं देगा आपको. परनव दुबे, 97. सुराभी 100. Faisal Khan, Faisal you got 101. Abhinav Chaudhary, 101. Please pass. Mohit Gehlawat, 105. S. Prateek, 105. Swati Shekhar, 106. Swapnil, 108. Are you from Manipur? Where are you from? Oh, sorry. You got 108. Then Prashant Kumar, this is a very good answer sheet. 123. Inderveer Singh, doing well. 127. You got 286 this year. You have to improve your GS. 286, and hopefully this will be doing around 300. Then Rohit Singh, you have to add more number of words per page. Listen to it carefully. He got the highest, 132. This is the highest he got, 132 in 3 hours sitting here in giving in the examination. And the director asked me to give a book to the student who got the highest marks. So Rohit, it is your turn. Come and take the book. Congratulations. All the best. He is already a selected candidate. Where did you get less marks? In interview? शेफ वेब बना के नहीं गए थे? या आपसे पहले कोई लड़की थी? हाँ, वो तो आप सफर करेंगे ही. लड़कियां के बाद जो लड़का आता है वो बेचारा विक्टिम होता है. द नॉलेज ऑफ द गर्ल्स में बी लेस, लेकिन ये कंधे हिला के कुछ ऐसे इंटरव्यू देते हैं, कुछ पॉलिश होती हैं कि ऑटोमेटिकली ये बूढ़े प्रोफेसर फिर ज्यादा नंबर देते हैं. आप पर डबल मार पड़नी है. अगर आप लड़कियों के बाद इंटरव्यू दे रहे हैं, यू हैव टू बी एक्सीलेंट, बिकॉज गर्ल्स आर जनरली वेरी सॉफ्ट स्पोकन, एंड देयर इज ऑलवेज ए सिंपैथी of the examiners or the interview takers towards the girls. They are more smart, they know how to steal the show. Now those who submitted their result from their homes, please. भाई आपको तो बहुत ही मेहनत करनी. मनीष कुमार पटेल, Manish is not here, 29. Amit Kumar Dubey, 56. Vineet Kumar, 57. Sapna Pal, 66. Ashish Raj, 71. Please just pass. Ankur Tiwari, 75. Gajendra Pratap Singh, 78. Azimul Haq, I see, 84. Akash Arya, 87. Akshay, sorry. Amulya Ratan, 86. Rahul Parashar, 88. Please just pass. This is a good answer sheet. Rajesh Kumar Meena, your medium is Hindi. Your medium is Hindi. You can improve a lot. 91. You know, last year, Shailendra secured 291. His medium was Hindi. He used to listen my lecture here in English. And he wrote in Hindi. And he got 291. The rank is also 38 or something like that. 38 rank is not bad. With Hindi medium securing very good marks in geography. With Hindi medium securing very good marks in geography. Next one is Karan Kabir Singh, 92. Deepak Raj, Deepak, 92. Suraj Tanej, Kinkar, 93. Pardeep Kumar, equally good with Hindi medium, 96. Vikash Kumar, 96. जल्दी करो. Then Uttam Sharma, you missed some question, 97, well done. Amit, 99, please. Harshvardhan J. Mane, 103. Sushil, 105. Adarsh Mishra, 111. Next is Garma Rane. Garima? Oh, I और मिला दिया. 113. Himanshu Kumar Singh, 115. Well done. P. Kulshrestha, 117. Manas Singh, 120. Gulshan Sharma, 125. Gaurav Lumaria, 126. Hemant Meena, 130. रवि आनंद, भाई आपकी कोचिंग कहाँ से है? आप तो बता सकते हैं क्योंकि आपके नंबर अच्छे हैं. यू डिड वेरी वेल, यू कैन इम्प्रूव इवन. 132. लेकिन ये पता नहीं कै घंटे में आपने लिखा है, दैट आई डोंट नो. शुराभी, 100. जो सब पूरा पेपर लिखे और बढ़िया लिखे और घर से लिखे तो उस पर डाउट होता है. I have given a comment, next time you should appear in that class to evaluate or to have a just evaluation of your performance. So this is the result. Some of you got very good marks and there will be improvement onwards. Some of you are not up to the mark. They can also improve. Because I remember once Mayur Maheshwari, he did coaching from 3 coaching centers, 3 leading coaching centers of Delhi. 4 times he came and said, sir, I am a person non grata in my family. He's from Meerut. He said, everybody dislikes me. Because out of 600, I never got 250 marks in geography. Though I did coaching from 3 coaching centers. I don't want to name the names of the coaching centers, but he was really crying that I am the most unpopular person in my family. And this is the last chance. He was under general category. So he attended my test series. It was my first batch. I am talking 2003. Believe it or not, he never got 250 out of 600. After this test series, he got 360 in geography. 360 in geography out of 600. And he got the 6th rank also. I was in America. He rang me. Well, sir, I am thankful to you. Now I am on the line. Now he is with the Prime Minister as a Joint Secretary. So sometime those who are getting poor marks, they should not lose heart, because you can improve a lot, provided you take these coming 3-4 months seriously. Don't read too much, but try to write enough every day. It is the written exercise which is more important, because marks are awarded on the written material, not on your knowledge. This is not the actually criteria. The examiner will read your answer and will give you the marks. How much you know, nobody bothers. Your knowledge may be more than the knowledge of the teacher, but if you are not writing it in the answer book in the given time, then you may be loser. One more point as a caution: if you don't know the answer of a question, never guess, never try. Don't give the answer of the question. It is better, because you will be writing 5, 6 or 7 minutes, and after writing 5, 6 or 7 minutes, you will be getting a 0. 0 you can get without writing. Without writing also we can secure a 0. So what is the use of wasting 6-7 minutes? Devote these 6-7 minutes to other better questions in which you are really thorough, in which you can give better drive. So these are some points, and I will be telling you much more points, what should be done, should not be done for this UPSC examination. But tell me whether I should start giving you some points on the paper which was asked last time with some diagrams, or you want your own choice how to proceed to discuss the paper. एक पेपर लेके आना. You have the paper for a better. अच्छा, ये तुम्हारे पे लागू नहीं होता है. क्वेश्चन पेपर ले. नहीं, तुम रखो इसको, मुझसे कह ले. ये तुम्हारे उसमें कैसे आ गया? कुछ क्वेश्चन छोड़ रखे हैं ना तुमने, लेकिन जो किया है वो बहुत अच्छा गया. नो आइसोहेलाइन के बेस पर था. सब आएगा, आपको सब आएगा. जो क्लास में बैठते हैं उनको सब आता है. Actually, test series cannot be a substitute to the regular classes. I am telling you honestly. In Pragati, only one teacher is teaching all the 20 units. Number one. Secondly, our class begins regularly at the same time, and the teacher never falls ill. If he falls ill, he will be making a prediction after 20 days, I will be ill. There may be some family commitments, but we announce this leave at least 15-20 days before. There is no excuse. The students are allowed to discuss and to clarify their points in the class, after the class, next day or any day. This is not for the promotion, but we know if you do geography with Pragati, you will be rewarded. This is it. Now the first question is, this is write short notes. There are 5 short notes, and each is to be written in 150 words. For 150 words, my suggestion is never go by the direction. If the examiner is asking you to write 150 words, it means 150 into 5, 750. 750 words may take minimum 50 minutes. And if you are consuming 50 minutes on one question, the second question may be even better. You may be consuming 50 minutes there also. So in the final 5th question, you will not be having much time. And if you are writing 50 marks question in 20 minutes or 15 minutes, you will be the loser. Never be, time management is very important in this. Never cross the limit, and one way to save the time is, please never write more than 120 words. 120 words should be upper limit. Try to reduce 100 to 120 with one diagram. If it is inversion of temperature, give one diagram. If there is any other short note, sea breeze or land breeze, give one diagram. That will compensate the number of words. And you know, in the examination, nobody counts your words. They are not sitting there to do the exercise of counting words. They know whether the main points have been described by this student or not. This is the way how to do. So first question was short note. Write short note, 5 short notes, and it should be finished in 37-38 minutes. At the most 50 minutes. So the first short note was on discuss the monocyclic and polycyclic landform. Mostly the answer is written by most of you, but you got 4, 4.5. Some of you got 5 also, because the documentation part was poor. the diagrams were not up to the expectations of the examiner. So note down a few points if this question is coming as a short note. Monocyclic and polycyclic. Most of the landscapes, in bracket landforms, most of the landscapes, landforms are the products of a single cycle of erosion. Such cycle of erosions can be observed on the new volcanic formations. Underline volcanic formations. Actually, only volcanoes are the landforms on which you can find the monocyclic landforms. Otherwise, all the other cycles have been disturbed, partly or fully. Therefore, we have to highlight that actually such simple landforms are available only on the new lava. It may be a cone or a plateau. Next sentence, continue. In a humid region having alternate sedimentary and igneous rocks, the rate of erosion will be different. The physical and chemical weathering will also differ. Stop. According to geomorphologists, monocyclic landforms at present are rare and exceptions. Next line. Polycyclic or multicyclic landforms. Landforms that show repeated influence of more than one cycle of erosion are known as the polycyclic landforms. Stop. In nature, the complexity of landscape, the complexity of landforms is more common than simplicity. Stop. Continue. Some of the typical examples of polycyclic landforms may be cited from the Grand Canyon, of the Colorado River in USA. After full stop, these landforms are significantly found in the Appalachian Mountains. Chota Nagpur Plateau and the Aravallis. Next line. The polycyclic landforms can be identified with the help of incised meanders, river terraces, valley within valley, in other words, in a polycyclic landform, the rejuvenation of landscape takes place. Continue. The diagrams which explain the monocyclic and polycyclic landforms are given below. This much is sufficient for a short note, but you can insert some diagrams. Rather, the diagram should have been inserted at two places, after monocyclic and secondly after polycyclic. First, see the monocyclic diagrams. In a normal cycle of erosion, there are some features which you can observe. If there is a waterfall, it means it is a monocyclic landform. The water is falling. This is a very strong rock resistant. This is a rapid. There is swift movement of water. Gorge or V-shaped valley. This is a steep-sided valley, you can say it is a gorge. And in the plain area, there may be meanders and oxbow lakes. Finally, near the sea, there may be a delta. I have given many diagrams. I don't know how much you will be able to do. At least give one or two diagrams, if not all. These are the diagrams representing the monocyclic landforms. Avoid coloring, because coloring will consume more time unless you are very fast. If you are swift, nothing like this, because color diagram attracts more. I am telling you honestly. If the diagram is colored, the examiner has a different thinking about the candidate. ये बताइए सुंदर चीज किसको अच्छी नहीं लगती? नॉर्मली मेकअप क्यों किया जाता है? कि अट्रैक्टिव लगे, और बूढ़े प्रोफेसरों को ये डायग्राम ज्यादा ही अच्छे लगते हैं. पता नहीं उनके मन में क्या क्या होता है. इसलिए ट्राई टू टेक द एडवांटेज, बट नेवर गो व्हाट योर फ्रेंड इज डूइंग. सिंपल डायग्राम. Simple diagram. Now the next one, I got some diagrams to show the polycyclic. This diagram has been given by some of the students. Rejuvenated valley, at least one can be given. It is a block diagram, three-dimensional. Simple one, but it should not consume more than 1 minute in the examination hall. If you master it and able to do it in 1 minute, then it is approved. If you are devoting 2-3 minutes for one diagram, then it is not actually the proper use of time. You can have Xerox copy after the class, because I have to show you so many things and so many model answers are to be discussed. So this is one example, and some students who are really very good and very fast in their presentation. This is the polycyclic valley with river terraces. There is a nick point in this, so give at least one diagram out of all these. And there should be proper writing and labeling. So 2 diagrams, and in each I have given 5, 6. If you combine, there may be 7, 8 diagrams. Never give so many diagrams, because each diagram will be consuming time. We want to show in a simple landscape, you will find only one agent of erosion, maybe running water, making steep sided valley, meanders and delta. Then the second is polycyclic, where rejuvenation has taken place. It was a short note, and our intention should be to secure 6 marks. The examiner is very miserly. They generally give 5, 5 plus, 5.5, and some students secure 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. These are the actually level of marking. Some may be getting only 2 marks if there is cutting over writing. And the boy who is sitting here, he knows what I am saying. If he is doing cutting writing, he is not IS metal, IPS metal. Try to avoid cutting. So one thing which I am saying, that written material should be less. It should be documented with maps. So far as the short notes is concerned, in 7 minutes you can do all this. Perhaps if you read the directions at the top of your answer book in the UPSC, there are many points written. One of those points is preference will be given to suitable maps and diagrams. It is written, not explained how many marks. It is in the mind of examiners that 40% marks are reserved for diagrams. If you are writing for 10 minutes, you may get only 4 marks. If you reduce the word and add 1 or 2 diagrams, your marks may be 5, 5 plus, or it may be 6. So take the advantage. I am telling you as a teacher of geography, and I had done enough confidential work also, not only of the universities, of the important places. So therefore, give weightage to the diagrams. And if you are writing only a few relevant sentences, not committing any absurdity, blunder, then you are bound to get cut. Geography is not a difficult subject, provided you make it simple. If you read more, you will be in difficulty. Try to avoid more reading. Bulky books are not appreciated. This was a short note on monocyclic and polycyclic diagram. And if somebody is interested to gain more knowledge and has a program, a 5 years program in Mukherjee Nagar, he should read Thornbury, Geomorphology by Thornbury. That is the standard book. Most of the scholars have borrowed material in their book of geomorphology from that. The geomorphology by W.D. Thornbury. It is known as the Bible for geomorphology. Though the language is tough, it is not a simple language. The second short note was explain the relationship between structure and landfall. Note down a few points on this short note also. The concept of structure, note down the sentences. The concept of structure was introduced by W.M. Davis in his normal cycle of erosion. Then he said, landform is a function. Landform is a function of structure, process, and stage in bracket time. Stop. In his opinion, structure means the types of rocks, their hardness, mineral composition, joints, folds and faults, porosity, and pH value. There are so many things in there. Next line. In general, the hard rocks are resistant, while the soft and weak rocks are weathered and eroded easily. For example, the igneous granite and basalt, they are more resistant as compared to the sedimentary limestone and sandstone. Stop. Continue. If there is an alternate arrangement of sedimentary and igneous rocks, the sedimentary rocks will be eroded fast. This is universal. And it applies to running water, glaciers, wind action, sea waves, and underground water. Now you know that actually landforms created by running water, created by glaciers, or developed by wind action in the desert, there are many. After writing only these lines, give some diagrams. The diagrams can be from the book you are reading, and I will also show you some diagram which can fetch you better marks. And for a short note, only one diagram may be sufficient. I will be showing you several diagrams. Don't try to give all the diagrams, वरना गाड़ी निकल जाएगी. Give only one. The simple which you feel comfortable is if this is a formation in which the sedimentary rocks and the hard igneous rocks are lying parallel to each other, the soft rock will be eroded first. The material will be removed. So one diagram to explain this point is this one. It has been borrowed from Thornbury. Anybody who has taken it, it is from Thornbury. The dark shows the hard rocks. These are the igneous formations. These are limestone and sandstone. So you can give this diagram, but the diagram should be drawn with the help of a foot rule. They should be almost parallel. And in case you are good in drawing color, you can color it. Otherwise, leave it as it is with simple design. This is, these rocks are resistant. They are not getting eroded. It shows the structure is important. The softer material of limestone, this is the symbol for limestone. This is the symbol for sandstone. They are eroded fast. If the topography is igneous and it is only granite, in the granite formations, you know, you have done weathering, that exfoliation is the common form of weathering. Exfoliation or onion either give this diagram, it is more simple. For a granite, you can take the example in the onion type or exfoliation type of, you have this type of formations. Actually, the chips are falling from here. So the formation of rocks or the landform will be like this one. It may take more time. It may consume if your practice is less. It is the practice which will make you perfect. Written material is important, but diagrams are more important to get 60% marks. So you see, this is a dome-like formation, onion, where the expansion in the daytime, the outer temperature of the rock is increasing because of expansion. In the night it falls, lead to the formation of this type of formation, and you can cite these, we can observe in Karnataka. In the upper reaches of the Krishna river, you can have this type of topography just to impress upon the examiner. I know the Indian scenario also. This is one point which you can add. Now there are other diagrams also, more simple, but these two are preferable from my point of view. Give only one diagram, don't go for so many. If actually there are hard rocks here, lava, and this is good, then you may develop mesa and buttes. These are hard pieces at the top. This is also a simple diagram. And even simple, which you can use in the first also, monocyclic. Volcanoes. So out of all these you can give only one diagram, and person like Uttam Sharma can deviate from all these diagrams, because porosity is also important. Some rocks are porous, some are not porous. The water does not filter through them. So there is a porosity diagram. This shows the structure. This rock is porous, and in this the water is, these are permeable. The water is going down only through cracks, but these are actually porous soil. All these are complicated diagrams. At least out of the given diagrams, you give one diagram for a short note. I have shown you many. Options are there. Because if everybody is showing the same diagram, it becomes monotonous for the examiner. If the diagrams are different from your colleagues, in that case, he is attracted. This was about the second short note, structure effects. the development of landforms. The third short note was comment on the adiabatic cooling and heating. It was a simple question, most of you did it well and got 4 marks, 5 marks, 5.5 marks. Some of you got 3.5. My suggestion, you being a student of science, everybody knows what is adiabatic change of temperature. When a parcel of air is rising, without removing the heat, its volume expands and it starts becoming cool. As it goes up, the volume further expands and that becomes more cool. So this is known as adiabatic cooling. Reverse is also correct. Any parcel of air descending from above downward, the volume condenses, reduces, and it gains heat. This is the basic concept of adiabatic cooling and adiabatic heating. Write a few lines, and in all the books it is given, but I will show you a diagram which must be inserted with this adiabatic cooling and adiabatic heating. This is from Johnston's book, not Indian author. On the x-axis, horizontal base, I have plotted the temperature 0 degree, 10 degree, 20 degree, 30 degree. On the left hand side is the temperature in minus, and this y-axis shows the height in the troposphere. So both these lines should be perpendicular to each other. When you are giving the diagram, use the foot rule. You will say it will consume time. भाई अगर different करना है तो time तो लगाना पड़ेगा. Reduce the words. Devote time to the diagrams. So draw this 90 degree angle, base and perpendicular, and see this is a parcel of air here. The temperature is 30 degree. As it is going, the size or volume is increasing, the temperature is decreasing. Further it ascended further, the temperature declined to 10 degree. Here it may be 0 degree. It shows the adiabatic cooling. As we are going up into the atmosphere, the parcel of air is becoming cool. And reverse is also correct. At this height, the temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius. All this data is fabricated. As you are coming down, the volume is shrinking, getting reduced. It is minus 10 degree. Then it becomes 0 here and maybe 10 degrees Celsius. As you come down close to the earth, the temperature increases. And this is the reason why at the Tropic of Cancer, or 30 degree north and 30 degree south, the air is descending in the headless cell and the temperature is also increasing. So far as the text is concerned, even 50-60 words are sufficient, but give this diagram. You will be saving time, you will be getting more marks. It should be properly labeled. For 2-3 minutes you should devote to the diagram, 4 minutes for your written material, only this much. You can expect 5.5. And the interesting thing about this diagram is, it has been obtained from a book which was published in 2010. Your experts, your examiners never touch that book, I feel, unless they are the man of geomorphology. Because people of geomorphology, they go for the latest literature, but other people, they don't go for it. They don't want to read. Why? Why should I read? I am a man of agricultural geography. I will be consulting the literature on agricultural geography. Not only this, some of them say I am an expert of dairy farming in agriculture also. मैं तो दूध दही का expert हूँ, and that is also of Haryana. So why should I read anything else? So if you are giving the novelty type of diagrams, you attract the attention of the examiner, and he has a feeling of inferiority, that this boy is superior to me, and if he is superior to me, he should get better marks. The drawing is okay. The concept has been explained very clearly with the help of this diagram. If the parcel of air is going up, it expands and becomes cool. If it is coming down, it shrinks in volume and becomes warm. This can be explained. You save the time. You can manage it in about 6-7 minutes. Now the next short note was explain the thermohaline circulation. Some of you have written good answers, but some of you have explained both the horizontal movement of ocean current as well as the vertical movement of the ocean currents as a result of variation in the density of salinity. Actually, since it was a short note, thermohaline means temperature and salinity. How these two are interdependent, how they help in sinking the denser water and the lighter water comes up. Actually, it was about the vertical circulation of the ocean. Vertical, not horizontal. Though I gave marks. Anybody who said that from the high salinity area or high temperature, high salinity area, the ocean currents go towards the pole and the cold water descend towards the equator, that has not been cut. I have given the marks on that also. But when it was specifically mentioned, the thermohaline, therm means temperature, haline means salinity. The question was on TS diagram or vertical circulation. And for vertical circulation, after mentioning that the circulation of the oceans is of two types, you can note down these sentences. The circulation of water is of two types, horizontal and vertical. The horizontal and vertical circulations are controlled by temperature, salinity, rate of evaporation, depth of the ocean, and the submarine topography. Next line, the thermohaline circulation means the vertical circulation of water in which the denser water goes down or sinks, while the lighter, cool water goes up. This concept has been explained by Hussain. Hussain, he was an oceanographer from Denmark. Hussain in 1960 through TS diagram which is given below. And here give this Hussain's diagram or Hansen's diagram. this diagram was required. In this diagram, 3 variables have been plotted. On the vertical axis is the temperature. Temperature is declining as we are going deep down. It is in Celsius. On the x-axis, base is the salinity per thousand. The salinity is 33 here, 34 per thousand, 35 per thousand, 36 and 37. And these curves show the density of water. The surface density of water is 1.021. It increases downward 1.022, 1.023, 1.024, etc. So on the TS diagram, Helen plotted 3 variables and he drew a result that as we go down from the surface of the ocean up to a depth of 2 kilometers, and 2 kilometers is here, up to a depth of 2 kilometers, both the salinity and the temperature decline. They are coming this side. Temperature is decreasing and salinity is also decreasing because here the salinity was more. So one sentence, up to 2 kilometers from the surface of a ocean, both the temperature and the salinity declines. Underline this sentence. After 2 kilometers, in the equatorial region and temperate latitudes, in the equatorial region and temperate latitudes, the temperature decreases, but the salinity increases. But the salinity increases. This is because the increase in density of water. Stop. After about 3 kilometers, both the temperature and salinity decline. Stop. The bottom temperature of the ocean, is, however, never below the freezing point. And here you can stop so far as this short note is concerned. 1 or 2 sentences you can add. What is the significance of this TS diagram? Point wise, significance of thermohaline. Number 1, it helps in explaining the vertical circulation of ocean. Number 2, like air masses, the oceanographers demarcate the water masses. With similar physical properties, with similar physical and chemical properties. The third point, it explains the upwelling. It helps, or it explains the upwelling of cool water in the temperate regions, which are the place of origin of cold currents. And here you can stop. If you have some more time, you say the Canary current, the Benguela current, the Peru current, the California current, and the West Australia current. They originate around 50-55 degrees north or south, and this is because of upwelling of cold water. And this is a complete note for 10 marks. This much is sufficient with one diagram. Books you consult, you will be lost. More you read, more you get confused. The examiner want to check you whether your basic concept is clear and whether you have plotted it on a diagram. The next question was about the ecological, what it was about? Yes, ecological pyramid. Most of you have written it rightly. Some of you got 6 marks, some 5 marks, some 4, some 4.5, some got 5.5. So I don't want to discuss it, is so simple. But only advice about this short note is try to draw the pyramids with the help of foot rule. You have drawn freehand drawing. That is rough. Your rival will be going, I assure you. Those who are competing with you, they will be doing it with the help of foot rule, the triangle or conical shape. So try to take the advantage. Devote 30 seconds more. Your diagram will be neat and you will be rewarded for this. Reduce the words, but give the neat diagram, neat and labeled. The next question, I am coming to the bigger question now. In the light of the seismic waves, explain the interior of the earth. In bracket there is 350 words. Never write 350. At the most 275 or 300. Because in this question you cannot do a justice without diagrams. Diagrams will be required and diagrams may take more time. If you have the practice, these days if you are doing the practice of diagram, you will be good in the examination, will be confident also. But if you do the practice in the examination hall, I am not sure what will be the quality of your diagram. So you know enough about this because it is almost a topic from physics, elementary physics. But we have to introduce the answer. Throughout the history of earthquakes, the geomorphologists or the experts of seismology were trying to know what is inside the earth. This is a general sentence which you can make. They applied several techniques like temperature technique, pressure technique, or gravity or density technique, but they were not able to reach to a definite result. Unfortunately, direct evidence is not available about the interior of the earth. Actually, in the law there are two types of evidence: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence, or indirect evidence. Perchance the direct evidence is considered as the best. Indirect circumstantial evidence or weak evidence, the criminal is generally acquitted. But if you see a murder has been committed here, you are standing, you observe, you know the person, he was the killer, it is a direct evidence. And on your evidence, if you give the evidence, people are shy, they don't want to go to the court. The person may be sent to Tihar jail for life, may be actually sentenced to death on the basis of this evidence. So best evidence is the direct evidence, because you have seen the act has been committed by some criminal. But there is another way also, circumstantial evidence, not to be written in the examination. Suppose when you were coming here to attend this lecture, you saw that a person was going with a dagger, and after some time you heard a person has been killed in the park, and you observed that the same person is coming with the dagger with the stain of blood. This is the situation. Person going with a dagger and returning with the stone, and people are shouting a person has been killed. So the circumstances prove that he is the killer. He killed the person. But this is a weak evidence. Because in Indian movie, you know, somebody else commits the crime and the hero takes the dagger out. The hero is trial. The trial is made of the hero. That is a difference. So indirect evidence are weak evidence. Therefore, the geographers or geomorphologists were not able to know what is inside the earth. But after 1935, when seismograph and Richter scale were developed, geographers and geologists plus geomorphologists, they obtained seismic evidence. And this seismic evidence or the behavior of seismic waves that prove what is inside. This is to be condensed in 4 or 5 sentences. Somewhere you have to read that direct evidence about the interior of the earth is not available. In the absence of direct evidence, the geomorphologists and the seismologists are depending on the seismic waves. After stopping this sentence, say, whenever the earthquake takes place, different types of waves are generated. These waves are called as the P waves, primary waves, or longitudinal waves. There are secondary waves also, transverse waves, and the surface waves. Don't go into much detail. Now explain in 2-3 lines the basic properties of these waves. Start with longitudinal waves, the primary waves. The primary waves are the fastest. They are recorded first as the seismograph, right? They can pass through any medium. They can pass through solid, liquid or gas. And the general principle is, denser the material, more the speed of these waves. After writing this, give one example. They are analogous to the sound waves. When I am shouting, I am creating the primary waves. Stop here. Then the secondary waves or transverse waves. The transverse waves can pass only through solid. They have the weakness, they cannot pass through liquid. And the light waves are the example, they are analogous. Light cannot pass through the liquid material. After certain depth, they disappear. And the surface waves, the third category, they are recorded all over the world. They move only in the earth crust, upper part. In few sentences, you have to reduce this, explaining the behavior, and then start giving the diagrams. This shows the secondary waves. If it is a focus, place of origin of earthquake, and this is epicenter immediately above, vertical to the focus, the primary and secondary waves will propagate in all directions. But the secondary waves, they disappear after 103. The correct figure, latest figure is 103. Some of you have written 105. Do a correction. The latest, the seismologists are saying, they come out at an angle of 103, and they are not recorded in this area. From the focus, they are not recorded. It means this is a shadow area for the secondary waves or for the transverse waves. So far as the primary waves are concerned, they have the capacity, they can pass through solid and liquid both. But when they change the medium, when they enter from solid to liquid, there is refraction. The direction changes. The direction changes. And when they come out from liquid to solid, again there is refraction. That has been shown on this diagram. This is from Hamblin's book, a latest literature. One very important, I again remind you, if you are consulting old literature or the literature produced by Indian authors, do a correction. This is 103 and 143. Not 105 and 145. Your model answer will be having this figure. Now, the primary waves, they are going here, but after reaching this, they enter into the liquid. And from the liquid, again they come into the solid, they change their angle or refraction. So the picture comes, the secondary waves, they are coming out at 103, but the primary waves, they are entering here, get refracted, again get refracted. So as a result of this behavior of the primary waves or the longitudinal waves or the push waves, they are developed seismic shadow zone. The area between 103 and 143 is the seismic shadow zone. This area will not be recording neither primary wave not secondary wave. So you have to shade this area. There may be a short note in your examination on the seismic shadow zone. It is the shadow zone in which neither primary nor secondary waves are recorded, because the secondary waves are not able to penetrate in the liquid, and the primary waves, if they are able to enter in the liquid, but the angle changes. So these seismic shadow zone are to be plotted. Now it proves what? That after certain depth, there is a liquid. There is a liquid in which the secondary waves are not able to pass or enter. This is the inference from this. But the longitudinal waves also get change their angle. That's why there is a shadow zone. And after writing this much, give a diagram which is a must. And many of you wrote so many pages but did not give the final diagram. The final diagram shows the interior physical constitution of the earth. What are the different layers? How on the basis of indirect evidence obtained from the seismic waves, we are able to find the interior of the earth. This diagram is to be given. On the one hand side are the physical properties, on this side are the chemical properties. This is actually the lithosphere on which we are living. Lithosphere consists of solid rocks like continents and ocean basins like oceans. This blue green color shows the ocean basins. Going downward up to 100, this is actually litho, stone, rocks. Then there is a plastic zone known as the asthenosphere. Right? It is up to 700 kilometers. Then is the mantle. The depth is 2,900 kilometers. At 2,900 kilometers, this inner core, the outer core is liquid, and the waves come out, secondary waves, after reaching this point. Then further down, we have the outer core. This is liquid, and inner core, it is rigid. Finalize, reduce the number of words, and give the diagram. And you can expect 12 out of 20. If this question is coming, it will be 20 marks question. In case it is coming 15 marks, reduce the text, give the diagram. They are very simple, but for this question I advise always go with stencil, so that in 10 seconds you can draw a perfect circle. Perfect circle with hand is not possible, and in geometry circle is the only perfect figure. Your rival is taking the stencil with him and you are relying on your hand. हाथ पे भरोसा ना कीजिए, because your hand will not be able to draw a perfect circle in which the radius in all direction is the same. This was the actually answer, a model type of answer for the earthquake waves at the interior of the earth. The next question is, define isostasy and explain Airy's concept. It is a very simple concept based on Archimedes. Pardon? Catastrophism. Yes. Please note down some points on catastrophism and uniformitarianism. It is important. If you need a break, I can give you a break. The choice is yours. There may be some candidates who are fond of धूम्रपान. अगर सिगरेट बीड़ी पीना है तो 10 मिनट के लिए डिस्पर्स हो जाते हैं. We can meet again. But remember, it will be a long class. क्योंकि I have to give you so many tips. इसलिए अगर आप चाहें तो एक ब्रेक ले लीजिए, या अब नहीं कुछ देर के बाद लेना चाहिए. यू कैन टेल मी. अगर वॉशरूम जाना है या कहीं बाहर जाना है, यू कैन हैव कप ऑफ टी आल्सो इन 10 मिनट्स. वो मुझे बता दीजिए व्हाट इज योर मूड, और यू आर रेडी टू लिसन मी फॉर ए लॉन्गर पीरियड. किसी एक आदमी को देर तक सुनना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. सो व्हेन यू फील टायर्ड, फ्रेंकली यू टेल मी. नाउ नोट डाउन सम पॉइंट्स. इट इज ए इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी. फर्स्ट, व्हाट इज कैटास्ट्रोफिज्म? Catastrophism is a school of thought. Is a school of thought in geomorphology which attributes changes in the landforms and earth crust to catastrophic forces and extreme events. Stop. This concept was developed by Baron Georges Cuvier in the beginning of the 18th century. In the beginning, exact year is not known to me, but it was, I think, 1815. You have to check it. In the beginning of the 19th century, Cuvier was a paleontologist. He was actually a man of zoology, and his specialization was the study of fossils. He was a paleontologist. He stated that the disappearance or extinction of species was the result of catastrophic forces like volcanic eruptions, deluges, D-E-L-U-G, deluge floods, tsunamis, and transgression of sea. Stop. In his writings, he cited the biblical deluge. Sorry. biblical deluge. Actually, in Bible and Old Testament, there is a story that during the period of Noah, Muslims call him as Hazrat Nuh, there was a big flood and all the living species disappeared. Hazrat Nuh made a big boat and one couple of each bird, animals and human beings was kept on that boat. These were the believers. I mean, those who were believers, they were saved and rest of the things disappeared. It is given in Bible, it is given in Holy Quran. The Muslim students know it very well, but I am telling, this fellow was also a very strong supporter of Catholic religion. He said there was a deluge, and when there was a deluge, all living organisms they disappeared. Only things were saved which were on the boat of Hazrat Nuh. This is the story. And he said the disappearing of all the species of living is a sudden process. Unfortunately, he calculated the age of the earth also. And he said that the age of the earth is only 75,000 years. You may ridicule him, but anyhow, this was his finding. Catastrophe is sudden change. And in Bible, if you read it thoroughly, there are some other things also which should not be written in the examiner, because you never know, your examiner may be an atheist. Geographers are generally atheist. In all these Semitic religious books, Semitic religions means Judaism, Christianity and Islam. All these three religions are from Southwest Asia. There is actually a very strong belief that God has created the earth and all the landforms in 7 days. और 7वें दिन सब ये लीला रच करके वहां बैठा हुआ है, वहां से ऑब्जर्व करा है. दिस इज द बिलीफ ऑफ द सेमिटिक रिलीजन्स. इट मे बी जुडाइज्म, it may be Christianity, it may be Islam, that creator or Brahma created all these things in 7 days. And this catastrophism is also influenced by Bible. He said there was a big deluge, big flood, which extinct all the living organisms except some which were the believer in God and the followers of Noah, Hazrat Nuh. He picked up a pair of all animals and birds, put in a big boat, and they were saved, otherwise everything disappeared. This is catastrophism. It means all the landforms which have been created on the earth's surface are the result of sudden forces. Sudden forces, you know. Now, opposite to this, I mean, this approach, this philosophy or this scientific approach was totally against uniformitarianism. Now, write uniformitarianism. The concept of uniformitarianism was developed by James Hutton. In 1785, and subsequently the same thing he repeated in his book. This was a research paper initially. Then he wrote a book, The Theory of Earth, in 1788. Yes. So he was the propounder of this concept. And what this concept says, according to Hutton, the existing landforms are the results of endogenetic and exogenetic forces. Stop. These forces were active these forces are active today, they were active in the past also. He condensed his idea into an axiom. Inverted commas begin. Present is the key to the past. Present is the key to the past. Means the processes which are going on today, the processes which are going on today, they were active in the past also. So all the landforms on the earth's surface, all the landforms on the earth's surface are the result of natural forces. Stop. Next line. This concept was supported by Sir Charles Lyell. Who propagated the philosophy of uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianism. Next line. In the opinion of Lyell, Sir Lyell, he was a Briton, some of the present dry deserts have been humid in the geological past. Stop. Similarly, the coal deposits of Siberia, Russia, Germany, Britain and Ukraine can be explained only with the principle of uniformitarianism. During the Carboniferous period, Siberia and European countries were on equator. There was dense growth of natural vegetation which got buried under the sedimentary formations, resulting into coal seams or coal formations. And after writing this is a diagram. This is from Hutton's book. You see, he said actually there is a cycle. From inside the earth, there is heat. There is eruption of lava. Lava gets solidified. It becomes a rock. Rock is weathered and eroded. Erosion takes place through the process of denudation, weathering and erosion. This erosion of landform, the material is transported. It may be transported to the sea, it may be transported to some other places, but generally to the shallow seas like geosynclines. So it is transported, then it make layers, stratification, and ultimately again the heat increases and lava erupts. It has nothing to do with plate tectonics, but the diagram has been taken from Hutton's book Theory of the Earth. You can cite the example. The notes you are getting from the market may not be having this diagram. It is a very simple diagram which explains the lava comes out because there is heat. It solidifies. It takes the shape of a rock. The rock is weathered. It becomes under the impact of denudation, weathering and erosion by some agent. It is eroded and transported by that agent. Then finally it goes to the sea. In the shallow seas like the geosyncline, again there is eruption. This cycle you can give in the examination to make your answer different from the answer of others. It will save time. Remember, all these diagrams are for your use, for your consumption, not for the consumption of your friends. Try to be miserly. Don't be very generous, because if you are giving these diagrams and your competitor is also giving the same diagrams, then you may be a loser. Therefore, we should be like a Ved or Hakim. वैद कभी ये नहीं बताता किस तरह इलाज करता है, मरने से पहले बड़े बेटे को बताता है कि ये दवाई थी स्मरस की, वो फार्मूला नहीं बताता। हमदर्द का ये एक शरबत आता है क्या, रूह अफ़ज़ा, इसको कोई नहीं जानता था। हकीम अब्दुल हमीद मरने लगे तो मरने से 8 दिन पहले बड़े बेटे को बता दिया कि ये फार्मूला है, वरना किसी को बताते नहीं। सो यू हैव टू बी सेक्रेटिव बिकॉज यू वांट टू बीट अदर्स. It is not the question of first division or second division. It is a question of rank, and rank out of thousands of students. There will be minimum 15,000 students who will be appearing in your mains examination. Minimum 3,000, maybe more than 3,000 may be geography students. तो अपने फार्मूले सबको रिवील ना कीजिए, सबसे शेयर ना कीजिए, ये मेरा एडवाइस है। लेकिन आप करेंगे वही जो आपको करना है। आदमी इमोशनल होता है, अपनी सारी चीज़ें किसी ना किसी पे रिवील करना चाहता है और कर दीजिए, लेकिन ये भी घाटा हो सकता है कि आपको उसका खुमियाजा भुगतना पड़े, आपके नंबर कम आए और जिसको आपने पढ़ाया है उसके नंबर ज़्यादा है। फिर दोस्ती वोस्ती सब धरी रह जाती है। यहाँ पर एक मसूरी पहुँचता है और एक मुखर्जी नगर में रह जाता है। इसका ध्यान रखिए आप अपने डायग्राम्स, बिकॉज ये टीचर is very serious. He consulted the books and brought the diagrams for you. The diagrams are generally different from other diagrams. This point you have to bear. बाकी आपकी मर्जी है, 1 बरस रहना है या कितने बरस यहाँ रहना है, that is your choice. Now, do you need something? Yes, add some more points. The Hutton's principle is accepted universally in the physical sciences as well as in the biological sciences. The only criticism of this doctrine is that the magnitude of or intensity of forces differ in geological time. I mean, somewhere he mentioned that the forces which are active today They were active in the past also with the same intensity. The intensity has been challenged. At some times, the endogenetic forces are strong. At some point, the exogenetic forces are more strong. So this intensity, which he said, the present forces are working, and they worked with the same intensity in the past. This point was criticized. You know, there had been a period known as the Cretaceous period. Cretaceous period about 14 crore years back, or about 140 million years back, there were volcanic eruptions. Lava was oozing like anything. Even Deccan lava plateau is the creation of the Cretaceous period. Columbian plateau, Madagascar plateau, the Yemen plateau, they are the creation of that 14 crore years back. Today that intensity is missing. There was a time about 2 million years back, which is known as the Pleistocene period. During the Pleistocene period, there was ice age, the sea level went down, there was a spread of the ice sheets towards the equator, the temperature fell very low, but today the condition is not the same. It was not the same during the Cretaceous period, so you can criticize, you can add something, but all the experts of science agree with Hutton that present is the key to the past. If H2O is water in chemistry, it was H2O in the past also. If you have certain proportion of H2O, if it is water today, it was water in the past also. So this is a very important principle of geomorphology, which is important from the examination point of view also. In 15 minutes we have to do it. This is the upper limit for a 15 marks. Otherwise I expect you will be doing it in 12 minutes with one diagram. Next question. Next is C, question number 2. Present a concise account of the mesothermal climates. This was from Köppen's classification. Actually, after 2008, when the paper setters are asking you to attempt 18 or 19 questions, Köppen's classification as a big question is not coming. Because nobody can write this question in 20 minutes. They ask generally C climate or A climate or B climate. C is more popular. And C means temperate conditions. You know the features. I think the climate is CF, CFB, C summer dry, C winter dry. Describe only these four. You know the regions where they are found. The important thing which has to be underlined somewhere, in the C climate, F means each month is recording 3 centimeter of rainfall. This is to be underlined. Normally F stands, if it is with A, with the small f, F in tropical regions, in lower latitudes, where the temperature is more than 18 degrees Celsius in each month. Capital A means each month is recording more than 18 degrees Celsius of temperature. Here F means more than 6 centimeter of rainfall in each month. The only difference is when you suffix small f with C like this, it means more than 3 centimeter. This is to be underlined. Rest you know. CS means summer dry. Summer dry is Mediterranean. Winter dry, it may be the China type. A, when the temperature is more, it may be on the coastal areas. When it is B, it may be Northwest European type. So give a reading and prepare a note on the CF. If it was not asked last year, I don't remember the paper of last year. In case it was asked last year, you can skip it. Then go for A climate. D will not be asked. D has many subdivisions. The examiner also keep in mind, if the examiner is a sensible man, ज़्यादा सठियाया हुआ नहीं है, तो he keeps the time frame also in mind कि बच्चे इसमें बुलझ तो नहीं जाएंगे एक ही सवाल में. So this is a simple question. I need not to actually dictate you some points on this. So explain what was this classification. Coppens, he developed a new technique to classify the climate of the world using the English letter, capital A, capital B, capital C, etc. And rest you can mention these 4 climates. The next question is, discuss the contribution of the Europeans. Once they asked the contribution of the Americans in geomorphology, I thought the paper setter may go for the Europeans' contribution. You tried, many of you have written, but your focus was mainly on Penck. You have given the Penck diagram also. Some of you, pardon? No, some of you have written, some other scholars also. But I will give some points on the Europeans' contribution to geomorphology. Note down this. The contribution of Europeans is quite enormous. In the field of geomorphology. In fact, James Hutton चौंक रहे हैं भाई, तो सबके टिप्स में होना चाहिए. James Hutton is known as the father of geology and geomorphology. He developed the concept of uniformitarianism. Stop. The principle of uniformitarianism was propagated by Sir Charles Lyell in a series of research papers. I mean, this geomorphologist, Lyell, he also introduced the concept of erratics. And ice age. What is erratic? What is erratic? I was expecting you will give the answer. Any student who knows? Yes, Deepak, you are correct. Erratics are very big boulders. And listen me, if you go to Germany, Denmark, in the plain areas where agriculture is being practiced and land is very productive, even in Ukraine, in Poland, Ukraine, Germany and Denmark, you will find very big boulders inside in the field. On all sides there are very green fields, agriculture is going on. But in between there is some big boulders like this building. The question arose where these big boulders came in the highly productive plains. Suppose by chance in the Gangetic plain there is a big rock, it is like where it came from. So it was actually this Sir Charles Lyell who developed the concept of ice age and erratics. He said during the Ice Age, this is about 2 million years, up to 10,000 BP. No. Yes, BP. This BP is not blood pressure. Before present. Means 8,000 BC plus 2000 AD. This period is known as the Ice Age period. It was after around 8,000 BC when temperature improved and people was able to adjust. He started keeping of goat, sheep and dogs. From the hunting stage, he entered into the agriculture stage. This is known as the Neolithic period, New Stone Age, when agriculture was started, and agriculture means domestication of plants and animals. So the erratics concept he attributed that in the glacial phase, there had been ice sheets. They came down towards south. And when the ice melted, they left these big boulders in the plain areas. While going back, the ice melted and they are enjoying or lying or resting in the highly productive plains of European countries. This is the erratic. So the concept of Ice Age was developed by him. Then he said there had been 4 phases. 4 times the snow spread southward and it melted. These 4 phases are still in the books of geomorphology. They are known as guns. Mindel, Riss, and Worm. These 4 phases of Ice Age were also described by them. That ice in Europe is spread 4 times downward, 4 times it melted and went backward. So, in one sentence, the contribution of Europeans about the Pleistocene Ice Age is appreciated and recognized by all the geologists. In the ending part of the 19th century, yes please you can go, I was saying. In the ending part of the 19th century, Lewis did field work in the Alps mountains, and concluded that moraines are found at lower altitude, where the Swiss farmers are doing cultivation of citrus fruits. Stop. In the beginning of the 20th century, Albert Pank and Walter Pank criticized William Morris Davis. And developed a new cycle of erosion. Known as the Pank cycle of erosion. Richthofen after the First World War produced a series of textbooks on geology and geomorphology. And after this, you write about L.C. King. L.C. King give a new concept about the development of slope. Which is based on the parallel retreat of Penck and downward erosion of Davis. The terms like Inselbergs were also developed by the Europeans. Next line. The first department of geology, geography and geomorphology, the first departments of geology, geomorphology and geography were established in Britain and at present the geomorphologists of Britain and Germany are going for the quantitative approach about the development of landforms. It may not be coming, but in case it comes, you can take the help of these points. And remember, only Penck is not the answer. Penck you can appreciate. He criticized William Morris Davis and added or gave a new concept about the cycle of erosion based on waxing. But there are many other scholars also. You cannot ignore James Sutton. James Sutton is known as the founder of geology plus geomorphology. That is important. So I gave the marks to some of you, but only Penck is not the answer. We have to add some more names. Now, one question was on the isostasy. Isostasy based on Archimedes principle, law of flotation, it is easy. But only advice which I want to give to you, please give the diagram correct. You are very fast in drawing the diagram. Without bothering that it will be checked by the examiner, and examiner is a man of geography. सब कुछ का तो डायग्राम टेढ़ा है, कुछ का राइट हैंड पर है, कुछ का राइट हैंड पर है. So if it is the case, it means you may be losing 1 mark. And for us even 1 mark is important. It will make a lot of difference. So I will show you only a diagram. So far as the isostasy is concerned, and all the experts agree that Airy was correct. Pratt was not correct. The diagram which you can use in your examination for this question only the upper one is required. This is Airy's concept. This diagram should have been added. Down below is the Pratt's concept. But the difference in your diagram and the diagram which is on the transparency I did only last night is that these blocks are quite big, quite wide. You see, they are not just like very slim featherweight, they are heavyweight. They are quite wide, so give 4, 5 and put down here Sial. It is floating. The density of all these blocks is the same. And the beaker has been written. They are actually floating in this one. This diagram should be drawn with the help of foot rule. Foot rule is required. Free hand drawing nobody will appreciate. चाहे वो एग्जामिनर अपने टाइम पे कुछ भी करता रहा हो, अगर किसी सोर्स से वो लाइन में लग गया था तो वो आज प्रोफेसर है और यूपीएससी में एग्जामिनर भी है. वो अपने को नहीं देखता. ही एक्सपेक्ट यू to compete with others by supplementing your answer with good drawing. Drawing should be good. It is a simple diagram and you can impress the examiner. Here you can use the coloring also because it is to be drawn with the help of foot rule. Freehand drawing is not. And if you have the time again, give another diagram. This is should be given the upper portion. Some students are given this diagram also. Actually, this is a mountain, and the density of the mountain is low because it is made up of silica and aluminum silicates. Now, if you cut this portion, or if some agent erode the upper part of the mountains, the root will go up. It is this way it is getting compensated. What you see above the ground 8 times is below the ground, and individual peaks are not compensated. It is not the case that Mount Everest is 8.8 kilometer in height above the sea level. The root will be 1:9 ratio or 1:8 ratio. There was a modification by Bowie, I think. He said the whole mass of the Himalaya or whole mass of the mountain is compensated, and this is actually the compensation. If one part is here, 8 parts is below. 2 simple diagrams can bring you very good marks. So there is no need of giving you points because the topic is quite clear to you. And now let me pass on to another topic. And I have to dictate, I think, that question. Little of the Earth's topography is older than the Pleistocene period. Some students have a confusion. I was going through your answer. They said Himalaya mountain upheaval took place during the Pleistocene period. Himalayan mountains upheaval during the Pleistocene period. I just told you Pleistocene means 2 million years. 2 million years means 20 lakhs, 20 लाख बरस पुराना बना दिया हिमालय को उसने. In our knowledge, it is a blunder, and the person will be punished. सजा मिलेगी, जरूर मिलेगी. कोई तैयार नहीं होगा कि हिमालय ओनली 20 लाख बरस पुराना है. It is 60 million years old. And it is not the Pleistocene period, it is the tertiary period. When the upheaval was started during the tertiary period. जिसने ये Pleistocene लिखा है, मुझे पता नहीं किसने लिखा है, लेकिन 3 लड़कों ने लिखा है. तीनों दोस्त लगते हैं या एक ही जगह से मिसगाइडेड लगते हैं. Upheaval was 60 million years back. और तब जाकर के ही इज वन ऑफ द यंगेस्ट माउंटेन्स. कहते 11 साल उम्र है हिमालय की. जबकि अरावली की उम्र 60 साल है, ये रिटायर्ड है। दोनों की एज को डिफरेंस कीजिए। हिमालय इज 11 ईयर्स, एडोलिसेंस में, वो टीन एज में नहीं अभी, और ये बूढ़ा लेटा हुआ है, 60 साल का है। तो ये कह सकता है हिमालय को कि तुम क्या बात करते हो, अरे हमने देखा है दुनिया को, 60 करोड़ बरस पुरानी हमारी उम्र है, कट छट के नीचे आ गए हैं, तुम भी आ जाओगे, 6 करोड़ के हो, 6 करोड़ बरस में यू विल बी लाइक अस। तो जिसने ये ब्लंडर की है, ऐसी नहीं करनी चाहिए। जहां नहीं आता, इंप्रेस करने की कोशिश ना कीजिए कि मुझे टर्मिनोलॉजी आती है जियोलॉजिकल टाइम स्केल की, वो किसी को नहीं आती, याद ही नहीं रहती। अगर आपको यही कहें कि हिमालय 20 लाख बरस पुराना है, तो फिर तो आपके नंबर कटेंगे। ये बेहतर है कि आप अपनी इग्नोरेंस जाहिर ना कीजिए। डोंट ट्राई टू राइट ए थिंग विच इज यू आर नॉट श्योर अबाउट, नंबर उस पर नहीं कटेंगे। यू हैव कंसील्ड योर सेल्फ। यहां सांप को भी मारना है, लाठी टूटने नहीं देनी है। इस पे हो सकता है आपको 0 दे दे कि इसको क्या आईएएस बनाया, इसको ये भी पता नहीं हिमालय माउंटेन कितना पुराना है। प्लीज डोंट डू दिस टाइप ऑफ मिस्टेक। मुझे नहीं पता किसी की कॉपी है, कहाँ से वो गाइडेंस उसने लिए है, लेकिन इसका आंसर आप लिख लीजिए। लिटिल ऑफ द अर्थ टोपोग्राफी इज ओल्डर देन द टर्शरी इफ इन केस इट इज कम। देखिए 20 नंबर का इनमें से आना ही है। जो मैं ये बकवास कर रहा हूँ वो भी खास तौर से प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी, उसमें से मिनिमम 20 नंबर का आना है। और ये 20 नंबर डिसाइडिंग हो जाते हैं, कहीं किसी को छूट जाते हैं, कोई उल्टा सीधा लिखता है, और हर साल ये आते जरूर है। कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इज द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी, नॉट द सिंप्लिसिटी। ये किसी ना किसी तरह घूम करके आते रहते हैं। तो इसमें क्या लिखना चाहिए, इन केस देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन on this, that most of the landforms on the earth are junior in age. They developed after the Pleistocene period, and Pleistocene is only 2 million years or 20 lakh years. Note down the points. The very old landforms belonging to the Precambrian period comma Cambrian period and Carboniferous period are rarely observed on the earth's surface. Stop. In case they are found, they are partly exposed and largely buried under the sedimentary formations. Let's continue. According to the geomorphologist, most of the landforms are younger in age and developed after the ice age. Next line. In the opinion of Ashley, in the opinion of Ashley, 90% of the present day landforms developed after the tertiary period. Tertiary period is and 99% developed after the Ice Age. Next line. It is true that many of the geological structures are much older in age, like the Appalachian Mountains, Aravallis, etc. But they are exceptions. Stop. Most of the existing folded mountains like Himalayas, Rockies, Andes, developed after the tertiary period. Stop. During the Ice Age, they were covered under ice. And therefore eroded and weathered after the melting of ice. For example, the northern plains of India, the plains of eastern China, the plains of North and South America, Australia, are the results of post-Pleistocene period. This axiom of Thornbury, this principle of Thornbury, written in geomorphology, is valid. Stop. In fact, most of the landforms of the Earth's surface are post-Pleistocene. And here you can stop. Next question. This was 15 marks geostrophic gears. Actually, in the oceans, there are some whirls and gears. Because of the movement of because of the surface water movement in the form of ocean currents. In all, their number is 5. Some authors have written that there are 6 gears, and these gears are North Atlantic gear, South Atlantic gear, South Indian Ocean gear and 2 are in the Pacific Ocean. These gears develop because on the western side of each ocean there is a warm water current. On the eastern side of each ocean there is a cold water current. And in the south they are bounded by the equatorial current. So they make a circle like this. These type of gears are found in all the oceans. 5 is the answer because in the northern part of Indian Ocean we have land, there is no sea. But Garrison mentioned there is a 6th gear also. He said around Antarctica there is a complete cycle. All around the Antarctic Ocean, Garrison, who is known as actually a very important oceanographer, he said there is a 6th gear also. The water of the south, this Antarctic Ocean or South Ocean is circling around the Antarctic. This is the most important thing is, if you examine these ocean currents, on the western side the speed is more. They are narrow. On the western side they are deep, narrow, and the velocity or speed of water is high. On the eastern side of the gear, there are cold water currents, they are wide and shallow. In the south, they are bounded by the equatorial currents. So you can describe these are the 5 gears, and it was a simple question. Any book can help you in writing the answer of this, but a map is required showing the position of these 5 important gears in the oceans of the world. The next, climatic significance, if the part of a gear is warm current, then the climate of the adjacent countries is affected. If a country is having a cold current on the eastern side as a part of the gear, then desert formation results. So the life and climatic weather conditions of the adjacent countries or the littoral countries is affected by the presence of these different types of ocean currents. Indirectly, what is the effect of the warm current and the cold current? Next one, answer the short note. This climate and phenology. Yes, please. ये इसमें ऊपर है क्या? Question number 3. अच्छा, third C. A radiant inversion means ground inversion of temperature. The inversion which takes place because of the radiation. I use the word radiant inversion. Inversion is of different type, but only radiant inversion was asked. The heat which is received by the Earth's surface, it is sent back to the atmosphere. Many a times the ground becomes cool relatively. That is known as ground or radiant inversion of temperature. So the first sentence, if you want to note down the points, you can say, normally, note down the sentence. Normally, the temperature decreases while ascending in the atmosphere. At the rate of 6.4 degree per 1000 meter. This is known as lapse rate. It is standard, though it varies from place to place, from locality to locality, from day to night, from latitude to latitude. But the climatologists have standardized that the standard lapse rate in the troposphere is 6.4 degrees Celsius, right? Next sentence. In case the temperature start ascending in the troposphere, that is known as inversion of temperature. These two sentences are required. The inversion may be of different types. Like ground inversion, upper altitude inversion, and frontal inversion. Fronts, cold front and warm front, frontal inversion. But the required conditions for the radiant inversion have been given in the following. Number one, what are the actually conditions which is required for the ground inversion of temperature or radiant inversion of temperature? Number one, long winter nights, lambi thandi rateं, very poetic, romantic also. Lambi thandi rateं, long winter night. Number two, calm atmosphere, पूरा poet का atmosphere बन रहा है. Atmosphere should be shant or calm, and if the wind is blowing, it should be gentle breeze. There should not be mixing of air. Number three, dry air. Because if there is moist air, there is more water vapor. Water vapor means water plus heat that will disturb the process of radiation. So dry wind is also required. Number four, blue sky. In bracket, anticyclonic conditions. In books it is written there should not be any cloud. If there is cloud, the heat going back will be checked by the clouds and inversion will not occur. So another condition is there should be cloudless sky or anticyclonic condition, or we call simply as blue sky. And lastly, in point number 5, snow covered surface. Snow covered surface. If the surface is covered with ice, the temperature is in minus. Above the temperature is more. Automatically this is. So these 5 points in brief are to be mentioned. इनको छोड़िए नहीं, बहुत आसान है. And after writing this, give a diagram. आप में से किसी ने inversion दिखाया तो वो not only troposphere, in the stratosphere, mesosphere, exosphere तक ले गया है. All weather phenomena are confined to the troposphere. हमको इसी से काम लेना है. Because cloud formation, blowing of wind, horizontal, vertical, turmoil weather, or it may be thunder, lightning, rainfall, snowfall, sleet, everything is only in the troposphere. So give the diagram only of troposphere, and the diagram is with you. Yes. Valley inversion and radiant earth surface inversion is the same. Valley भी तो धरती पे है, तो धरती पे रहिए. It is not bad. So see this diagram. On the x-axis is the temperature 0 degree, 5 degree, 10 degree, 5 degree, 10 degree. On the left hand side -5, -10, -15. Here is the height. So normally temperature decreases like this at the rate of 6.4 degrees Celsius. This is known as the lapse rate. As you go up into the troposphere, the temperature decreases. But If the reverse takes place, that is known as inversion. You see in this diagram, the temperature is not decreasing, it is increasing. Here it was about 2 degree, it has become 5, 6, it may be 10, 12 degree. So this diagram very clearly shows what is the reverse direction of temperature going up. It is increasing. When the temperature start increasing into the atmosphere, that is known as the inversion of temperature. This diagram. And remember, it was 10 marks question. After this, you should give the social relevance of inversion. Give a heading. What is the significance of inversion of temperature? How it affects the society? That is important. And many of you never write a sentence which is required. What is the importance? What is the significance? What is the social relevance of inversion of temperature? Number 1. Inversion leads to foggy conditions. Fog. And fog is cloud around the close to the earth. Fog is also a cloud. The only difference is when it is above, we call it as a cloud. When it is along the ground, we call it as a fog. So if the fog is dense, the means of transportation are disturbed. You can add. If the fog is dense, the means of transportation get delayed. The take of aeroplanes, the arrival of trains, all these transportation are delayed. You can manage it yourself. Unfortunately, on the highways, on the roads, the frequency of accidents is high. So your hospitals, emergency services alert. If there is an inversion of condition, then the number of cases of accident increases. Try to be very brief because it is only short note. One point is fog leads to many problems in the society. Number 2, some of the crops are adversely affected. Especially vegetables, chili, hari mirch, chili, sugarcane, and citrus fruits. You know, whenever there is a fog, the meteorological department of the respective country advise the farmer, please irrigate your field. Provide water to the crop. Because if there is water in the field, the temperature will increase. It is not frozen. Fog may lead to a frost condition. So this is, the crops are damaged, and in the sugarcane, there develops a disease known as red rot. गन्ना अंदर से लाल हो जाता है. When there is a red rot disease, the sugar content diminishes, and my students know it very well. I said northwest Uttar Pradesh is not suitable for the cultivation of sugarcane. Though the largest number of factories are in northwest UP. It is not suitable for the cultivation of sugarcane because winters are severe and fog is frequent. The chances of red rot are very high. Our sugar yield is very low as compared to the sugar cane of Maharashtra, sugar cane of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and others, Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. The recovery from the sugar cane is in the ratio of 12 quintal of sugar cane is equal to 1 quintal of sugar. In Meerut division, I am saying, or Ambala division or Rohilkhand division. While in South India, this ratio is 6 quintal of sugar cane is equal to 1 quintal of sugar. Because in South India there is no fog, the conditions are vague. In northern Indian plains, fog is frequent, and this question was asked in your GS paper. That why sugar industry is shifting towards south of the Vindhyan mountain? The answer lies in this type of question. In northern India, there is inversion of temperature. In the winter season, especially in December, January and February, there may be dense fog, and this fog is injurious to sugarcane. The sugar recovery is low. Anyhow, the second point was some of the crops are damaged. In the countries of temperate latitudes, where the frequency of fog is very high, the farmers develop their settlements (600 meters) above the valley. Because normally the fog is only up to 500 meters. They construct their basti or their settlements or their rural bastis or rural settlements above 500 meters, where they are not affected adversely by the fog. Because if fog enters into the house or you open the window, the fog comes inside. Fog is a cloud. Your bed, your clothes will be wet. You will not be comfortable unless you have the central heating system. That's why all the farmers of the Mediterranean region, especially you can mention the Rhone Valley. In France. And Rhone Valley is known for citrus fruits. These we will have all houses above 600 meters above the sea level. And the orchards are also at higher altitude. And any farmer who is having his land below 600 feet, they develop special devices how to control the fog or how to get rid of the fog. They burn fossil fuel in their orchards. They burn these motor tires, and many of them are having the helicopters also to hover over the orchards to increase the temperature. In such detail you need not to go because it is only 10 marks question, but I am telling the development of settlement is also affected by the occurrence or non-occurrence of the settlement. And last point, the health and efficiency. The health and efficiency of the people is affected by foggy condition. The regions having more foggy weather report more cases of breathing problems. And you can stop here. क्यों भाई inversion हो गया आपका तैयार? Who was the person who asked me? The inversion is skipped. किताबों में कुछ भी लिखे आपका आंसर ऐसे आना चाहिए. It is time saving to the point with diagram and definitely you will be rewarded. You will get better marks. ज़्यादा लिखने से ज़्यादा नंबर नहीं आते. काम की बातें लिखने पे नंबर आते हैं. आपको कम लिखना है, डायग्राम देने हैं और पॉइंट्स देने हैं. For 10 marks, I think this much is sufficient. If you want to mention, in the world there are some areas which record dense fogs, and I can give you the name also. In case it is a 15 marks question, you can add. All the areas of the world which are to the east of cold water currents. All the countries which are to the east of cold water currents, they record more fog. In temperate latitudes, the southern slopes record more fog. In the plain areas where irrigation is missing, they also record more foggy conditions. And you can highlight on a map, you can show any cold water current is the area of dense fog. There is a city known as Los Angeles here, the second biggest city of USA. It is very foggy. People never open their windows. उन्हें fresh air नहीं चाहिए. Because if they open the window, the fog will enter and it will be a problem for them. On the eastern side of the Canary Current, it is also very dense fog area. Benguela Current, Namibia, coastal area, very foggy, and northern part of Chile, plus Peru, it is again a very foggy area. And fog is recorded on the western side of Australia also, Perth. You can mention all these things, it is very simple. You can expand if it is a 15 marks question. But these points are to be written in a short note. Now pass on to next question. This was climate and phenology. Pardon? Pardon? Laws of atmospheric circulation भी पढ़ाना है. ये तो हमने अपनी रेगुलर बैच में अभी पढ़ाया है. Actually there are 4-5 laws of atmospheric circulation. ये मैंने पूछ लिया था, लेकिन ये आएगा नहीं, चूंकि कभी आया नहीं. But I can in brief tell you the laws of atmospheric circulation. इसका मतलब हम ज़्यादा पढ़ाते हैं, हमारे बच्चों को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Actually the atmosphere, lower part of the atmosphere is known as troposphere, and it is filled with dense gases. It is also known as homosphere, mixture of gases. So these gases are not stationary. They move from one place to another and result into the formation of winds. These are actually atmospheric circulation, movement of gases from one place to another place. But these gases follow some principles. These principles are known as the principles of atmospheric circulation. And 4 or 5 principles I can explain to you. Number 1, there are some forces. Number 1, the gravitational force. Atmosphere is attached to the earth because of gravity. All gases, they rotate along with the earth's rotation. Write one line on this. The first law is the law of gravitation. Our atmosphere is attached to the earth because of gravity. इसमें मुझे क्या पढ़ाना है? You know much more than myself. You are the student. You are a student of science. So first is the law of gravity, or gravitational force. The second force is pressure gradient force. Air blows from high pressure to low pressure. Very simple. If there are 2 areas, one having high pressure, isobars, the second is having low pressure, wind will blow from high pressure to low pressure. Simple. This is known as the pressure gradient force. This is the air pressure. This is high, it is low. So always the high pressure is the supplier and it is going towards the low pressure area. It is a universal law. Wind blows from high pressure to low pressure. The third is Coriolis force or deflective force. On a rotating earth, and earth is rotating, On a rotating earth, the wind in northern hemisphere gets deflected towards right, and in the southern hemisphere it gets deflected towards left. If there is a low pressure area here or doldrum, and the high pressure is at 30° north, air from low pressure will become warm and light, it will go up. And there is no vacuum in the atmosphere. If this air is ascending, wind from this high pressure and this high pressure will come to the low pressure area, because wind blows from high pressure towards low pressure, but it will not come straight. It will get deflected towards right in the northern hemisphere and towards south, no, towards left in the southern hemisphere. Virender, wait, I will be coming after 5 minutes. So this is because of the deflective force of the earth. If you see the latitudes, all latitudes are not of equal length. Earth is spherical in shape. The biggest latitude is the equator, also known as the Great Circle. Here the speed at equator is 16.58 kilometer per hour. Earth is rotating at this speed on equator, and on equator the speed is maximum. As you go towards north or towards south, the length of latitude decreases. It decreases to the extent that at North Pole and South Pole, the speed is 0. By chance, if you are standing at the North Pole, which is not possible, but imagine you are at the North Pole, in 24 hours your face will change, your feet will be at the pole. On equator, the speed is so much. So if any air comes from this, it will get deflected. This is the point. This is known as the Coriolis effect or the deflective force. This principle applies to all the moving things. It may be air, it may be water, it may be ocean currents. The ocean currents also get deflected towards right in the northern hemisphere and towards south in the southern hemisphere. See again on this side, to make this point more clear, there is another low pressure area here known as subpolar low pressure area. Wind from here also goes to this, but it gets deflected towards right, known as the southwest or the westerlies. If this point is not clear, still read NCERT book. This is the third force, is the Coriolis force. The direction of wind is determined by the Coriolis force also. Even the ocean currents are determined, the direction, by this. The fourth one is frictional force. On the this frictional force is very significant on continents, on land, because on land we have mountains, forests, buildings, undulating topography, maybe buildings, undulating topography, maybe valleys and gorges. If the air reaches that point, it gets deflected. Any law will not apply. Then this barrier, physical barrier, creates some problem. The wind gets deflected according to the physical barrier. If there is a multi-storied building and the air is coming from east or west, this building will create an obstacle or physical barrier in the path of the wind will get deflected. This is known as the frictional force. The frictional force is less on the ocean bodies because oceans are leveled. One thing. The frictional force is less in the upper part also because the gases are light. And the last is Bayes-Bellot law. This scientist said that if you are standing in the northern hemisphere, north of equator, and your back is on the side from where the wind is coming, suppose the wind is coming from this side, on the left hand side will be low pressure, on the right hand side will be high pressure. This is known as Bayes-Bellot law. And another law is about the geostrophic wind. It applies to the upper part of the troposphere. In the upper part of the troposphere, the gradient force, high pressure to low pressure, and the deflective force are at par to each other. If there is high pressure here, low pressure here, wind goes from this side to this. But there is a deflective force also, known as the Coriolis force. One isobar is here, I have another here. That is equivalent to the gradient force. Consequently, in the upper part of the atmosphere, the wind blows parallel to the isobar. Parallel, not actually high to low. It will be parallel to the isobar, the jet stream, the cross-B waves. It is all these like this. So this question I asked, since it's never been asked in the examination, I was not expecting you will be raising this question. But these are the 5-6 important laws which determine the direction of movement of gases known as winds. Now I can understand from your faces, you are tired and we haven't discussed even half of the paper. In case you want to discuss the remaining part of the first paper, then let us have a break for 15 minutes. Again we can assemble. You enjoy something, a cup of tea or whatsoever you like, in the hope that we will be meeting again. Because this test series is a serious business. It is not that paper is given by somebody, evaluation is done by some students who are doing their test series with me. There are some students who are here registered as test series students, they are among you, and they are doing the evaluation in other coaching center. I feel very exhausted even after checking 15 answer books in about 10-15 days. And they are checking 400-500 answer books. I don't know how actually they are doing this business. I think the teacher is not evaluating. Some assistants or the students are doing the business, but that is a wrong approach. We want to actually limit the number of students in the test series. It is very expensive. सस्ती नहीं है, बहुत महंगी है. लेकिन we want to justice with this amount. कोई मिनिस्टर की सिफारिश ला रहा है, कोई मेरे रिश्तेदार की ला रहा है, सर इसको और एकोमोडेट कर लीजिए, इसको और ले लीजिए, देयर आर सम प्रॉब्लम. कुछ अच्छे स्टूडेंट हमें लगते हैं, उनको हम खुद ही चाहते हैं बिकॉज दे विल डेफिनेटली गिव द गुड रिजल्ट. तो इसलिए नंबर काफ़ी हो गया है इस बार. दो 50 इज द अपर लिमिट फॉर अस to do evaluation, proper evaluation, and I wish I may discuss the questions also, how the paper is to be attempted in the examination. All right, we will be meeting again after 15 minutes. Please take rest and come back because it's already more than 3 hours we are sitting here. After 15 minutes, rest of the time I will devote to other questions. रोहित, तुम्हें एक बात समझनी होगी, नंबर कम काहे में है? इंटरव्यू में कम आए क्यों? स्मार्ट हो गए नहीं गए थे? और आनंद का क्या हाल है? नहीं, मुझे पता है उसके ज्योग्राफी में कैसे। मैं उससे कितनी बार कहा राइटिंग सुधारो, वो अच्छा होशियार लड़का है, मैं बता दूं, लेकिन वो राइटिंग की लपेट में आया हुआ है। क्लास में कितनी बार उसे कहा है, इफ यू रिमेम्बर। कौन सा? नहीं, मैंने उसे बहुत कहा हैंड राइटिंग सुधार लो या आईएएस को भूल जाओ। मैं यही से ही कह देता हूँ ब्लंट, चूंकि आईआईटी कानपुर बहुत होशियार बच्चा है, लेकिन लिखने का चोर है, खूब काटता है, बुरी तरह काटता है कॉपी में। वो भी यहाँ काटता है, एग्जामिनर्स को वहाँ काटता है। ये तो ऐसी बिजनेस है। इसलिए जिनकी हैंडराइटिंग सही है, दैट इज ए बिग प्लस इन आईएएस एग्जामिनेशन। इवन विद लेस नॉलेज यू कैन सिक्योर बेटर मार्क्स। सी यू। ये सब पॉइंट सीक्रेट, अंदर की बात हर एक नहीं बताएगा। आई विल डिस्कस द रिमेनिंग क्वेश्चंस आल्सो। Rohit, this is a short note, question number 5, part A, climate and phenology. This is not an important question, but since it is in the paper, let me give you some points on this question also. Question number 5, part A, climate and phenology. Note down some points, please. Though I know it will not be coming. It was said in the paper to reduce my work. I was knowing it will not be attempted. So I will not have to check this short note. Note down the points. Phenology is the science that deals to climate and periodic events of plants and animals. It deals with the dates of germination of seeds, period of growth of plants and animals, dates of flowering, dates of flowering of crops and ripening of fruits and cereals. All these data and dates depend on climate and weather conditions. For example, maize crop matures in 60 days in equatorial region. 90 days in subtropical regions. (180 days) in northwest European region. And 11 months in subarctic regions. In bracket, Scotland. Next line. At a given location, the period between planting and harvesting is not a specific number of days. Comma, it is the availability of temperature and energy which determine the cycle of crops. Next line. The time required to achieve maturity is also a function of length of day or photo period. Stop. In general, a crop sown in early spring in bracket spring wheat bracket close takes more number of days to mature. Stop. In temperate latitudes, the days are shorter in winter and spring. Consequently, the crops get longer period to mature. This will not be coming. River capture. You know what is river capture? Should I discuss river capture also? I wish I may show you the diagram. Rest you know. In the youth stage of cycle of erosion of Davis, this feature is a feature of the youth stage. River capture. नदी नदी की चोरी करती है, आदमी आदमी की करता है, नदी नदी की करती है. So when one river steals the water of another river, that is known as river capturing or river piracy, and it is a feature of the youth stage in the normal cycle of erosion. If two rivers are flowing at different slopes, one at gentle slope, the another at steep slope, please. In the youth stage, if you remember normal cycle of erosion, a river does two type of activity: downward cutting and headward cutting. Downward cutting is to deepen the valley, making it V-shaped or gorge shaped. But each river does the headward cutting also. If a river is originating suppose this is a river in the youth stage, it will deepen its course. The more it makes deeps, the more water will be coming in it. Another river may be here. So one function of a small river in the youth stage is to deepen the valley. Secondly, it extends its length. It will be reaching in this area because the deep valley has developed. Water of the neighboring area will also be coming into this. It is known as headward erosion, cutting towards the source. So there is a possibility these two rivers may be extended their headward erosion. Finally, the powerful, and powerful is the river which is blowing at a faster pace on a steeper slope, that will steal the water of another river. It is known as river capture or river piracy. And the source of one river will be cut. Its length will be reduced. And the same thing has been shown on a diagram. You have given the diagram. Some diagrams were very good and I gave good marks also. But some diagrams are just, समझ तो लीजिए आप अगर आपको समझना है. मेरा डायग्राम पढ़ के दिखाइए, कुछ ऐसे डायग्राम हैं, उन पे नंबर नहीं मिलेंगे. टाइम वेस्ट करने से कोई फायदा नहीं. If you give the diagram should be a relevant diagram, suitable diagram and properly labeled. I will show you the diagram which is, I think, which may be useful in the case of short note on river capture. This diagram I borrowed from Hamblin, and you can give the name of at present he is one of the leading geomorphologists. He is an American and his book is Geosystem. Give the reference just to befool the examiner. You never saw it, you will never see it. It is very expensive, about 6,000 rupees. But tell I have read the Hamblin also. It is published in 2012. These are some tricks to misguide the examiner. That my knowledge is updated, you are outdated. So give the reference with authenticity. But this should not go in geographical thought. He is not a man of geographical thought. He is a man of geomorphology. The Geosystem is the book. So, and see, he gave the very beautiful diagram to explain the river capture. First see the left hand diagram, A part. There are two rivers. One is going toward this side. Another is coming to this side. This slope is steeper. That slope is gentle. And in this world, the gentle has to suffer. So this river is doing downward cutting and headward cutting also, extending its channel. Finally, it will merge here. The moment this river merges here, it will divert this water into its channel. So this has been cut from here. The river has captured the water of the neighboring river, known as river capture or river piracy. They developed an elbow. The shape of this river has become like this. It is known as the elbow of a river. And the place where it did the capturing, where I am putting the dots, this landform is known as, or the area where the river has captured the water, as wind gap. The term wind gap is associated with running water. Once a question was asked in the PT examination. The term wind gap is associated with wind action, running water, glacier or sea waves. So it is a feature in the running water, wind gap. So give this diagram, and in the Himalayas we can find it. We can find it in the Mekong river. Some rivers in the Andes are also having river capturing the tributaries of the Colorado. This much is sufficient. Give the diagram and disappear. But this stage will not perpetuate. Finally, over the period of time, and the period of time may be several thousand years, it will enter into the mature stage. The situation may change. So river piracy or river capture is a landform of the youth stage found in the folded mountains, where one river is moving faster and another is gentle. So give these diagrams and feel comfortable. What is the next? Neritic deposits. They are shallow water deposits. And shallow water deposits are on the continental shelf and continental slope. They may be of both types, abatic and biotic. On the continental shelf, the material is coming from land, either running water or sea waves or any other agent or glacier bringing these deposits. There is a gradation. The bigger particles are close to the sea coast. As you go deep down, the particles become finer and finer. This is. But on the continental shelf, we have the biotic deposits also. It is a mixture of the two, because all the important fishing grounds of the world are on continental shelf. It may be Dogger Bank, it may be George Bank, it may be Grand Bank, or any bank. Fish is enough, and after their death, they get deposited on that. So it is a easy question. I don't want to consume your time on this. Next one is transverse ocean current. Some students who brought the answer sheet from home, their answer is correct. Those who wrote here in the classroom, they gave the wrong answer and they suffered. You are rewarded because you could write better answer from your home. Marks are given on the written material, so you got good marks. But transverse, the ocean currents which move from east to west in the equatorial region, they are known as the transverse ocean currents. And if you like, I can dictate 2-3 sentences, not more than that. Transverse currents. The surface ocean currents that flow from east to west are known as the transverse ocean currents. Stop. The transverse ocean currents are the results of convergence of trade winds in the intertropical convergence zone. Stop. The trade winds push the water westward in the form of north equatorial current and south equatorial current in the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, and Indian Ocean. Next line. In the temperate latitudes, the anti-trade winds or the westerlies push the water northeastward. They are also known as the transverse currents. These ocean currents transfer heat in lower latitudes from east to west, and in temperate latitudes from west to east. Consequently, the western parts of all the oceans, in lower latitudes are more warm. Stop. In opposition to this, in the temperate latitudes, the eastern parts of the oceans are more warm as compared to the western parts. And I think this much is sufficient. It is a short note. Give one map showing the north equatorial current, south equatorial, and Kuroshio going towards Norway. No, Gulf Stream going towards Norway, or Kuroshio going towards Alaska. This is the answer of this short note. Next, divergent and convergent plate margin, it is easy. I need not to discuss. There are three different types of movements of the plates. Divergent margin, where oceanic ridges are created, new land is created underwater. Convergent, where these are destructive plates, where one plate goes under the another plate. There are three different type of diagram you can give. So I need not to waste your time on the divergent and convergent plate boundaries. Convergence means destruction of plates, and divergent means construction of new land, sub-oceanic ridges. Describe the major landforms resulting from the wind in hot desert. It is a descriptive question. Show some erosional features and some depositional features. Diagrams. Erosional features are like mushroom, demoisils, or some other features I am not recalling all. Then sand dunes may be barkhans, longitudinal sand dunes, transverse sand dunes, parabolic sand dunes, loess, etc. You can plot all these things. It was an easy question, but in some of the answer books, the longitudinal sand dunes known as SAF have not been properly shown. Examiner knows it. You cannot befool the examiner. SAF are known as longitudinal sand dunes. They are parallel to each other, may be elongated for 1 kilometer or more than 1 kilometer, but their height is less. They are known as दुधारी तलवार और सैफ. सैफ एक एक्टर भी है, उसका पर्शियन में नाम ही है दुधारी तलवार. If somebody start walking on सैफ, they are actually like this. If somebody start walking barefoot in the middle portion of the sand dune, the sand is coarse, it bites, and the feet may start bleeding. That's why in the Arabic language, not Persian, Arabic language, the longitudinal sand dunes are known as Saif. Saif Dudhari Talwar ko kehte hain, and this is the diagram for that one. They may be parallel to each other. So in the desert area, people generally walk through this route, not at the ridges of the sand dunes. Please do the correction, चूँकि मैंने चेक किया है किसी ने गलत बना रखे हैं. It is better not to give the diagram instead of giving a wrong diagram. Savanna biome is easy, and unfortunately some of you plotted the Congo basin and Amazon basin as savanna region. It is away from the equatorial biome. So keep and consult the book. This is found in the Venezuela also. The next question was about discuss the configuration of the Atlantic Ocean. It is very easy. In the configuration we see what is under the water. Each one of you have given good diagrams, but labeling in some answers was wrong. Challenger Ridge or Challenger Rise is in the southern hemisphere. Some one of you have written is in the northern hemisphere. Then Dolphin in the southern, so Dolphin is in the northern. So I will show you one diagram how to label the mid-oceanic ridge of the Atlantic Ocean. Try to give the map of the Atlantic Ocean. This is Africa, a part of Europe, part of North America, and part of almost full of South America. It is in between these is the Atlantic Ocean, and the ridge is S-shaped like this. If we are using black ink and if we are fond of coloring, the outline should be with black and orange may be showing the ridge. This contrast is very attractive. Or go for the pencil. The labeling should also be with the pencil. And this is actually Challenger Rise, Dolphin Rise. Then this is a Plateau, Rio Grande and Valvis. These are the actually underwater mountains in the Atlantic Ocean. There are some basins, some oceanic trenches. Perchance there are only 3 ocean trenches in this one. One is the Puerto Rico, which I could not mention. One is here, Romancho, and I think South Sandwich, that is the third one. put their names plus the names of some of the important basins and forget. It is just a descriptive. It is a divergent region, so continental shelf are wider in this area. Then next, what is the next question, please? How far plate tectonics explain the origin of the folded mountains? भाई इसका स्ट्रक्चर आपके आंसर का मुझे पसंद नहीं आया, or you took it casually. In the beginning, you have to introduce plate tectonics. This theory of plate tectonics explains actually the drift of continents, and it removed the weakness of Wegener. That part is one. But this theory also explains the origin of folded mountains. After introducing this topic, after one paragraph, pass on directly on the how this theory explains the origin of folded mountains. The first sentence should be, all the folded mountains, note down, all the folded mountains originate along the convergent boundaries or convergent margins. Stop. The convergence is possible in three types. Number one, oceanic plate. With continental plate. One plate is oceanic, the second is continental, and you know this is a typical case of the Nazca plate and the South American Andes mountain plate. So here you can put the example itself, Andes mountains, and these are folded. This is one convergence. So a diagram will be required here also. The Nazca plate is going under the Andes mountains of South America, leading to the formation of Andes mountains or Andes folded mountains. Remember, in the Andes mountains you have the earthquakes as well as volcanic eruption, because the denser plate is going much deeper. The second convergence is continental plate with continental plate. Both the plates are land or continent. For example, the subcontinent of India and the Eurasian plate. They are converging at Himalayas. The Himalayan mountains are the result of convergence of continental plate with the continental plate. The interesting thing, when both the plates are land plate made of silicate, silica and aluminum, both are lighter. So none of the two plates goes much deep down into the asthenosphere. So it does not melt because there is law of buoyancy. Both are lighter. They never reach the asthenosphere. And if they are not reaching the asthenosphere, there is no chance of melting. When the melting is not taking place, there is no formation of magma. Therefore, in the Himalayas, there is never a volcanic eruption. Lava is not coming. So the law of buoyancy prevails. The third possibility is the convergence of both plates are oceanic. As you are having the Philippine plates, the Japanese plate, or the ring of fire, in these cases both plates are denser. So this type of situation where both plates are oceanic plates, a confused topography of mountains develop, that is known as festoons or confused mountains. The mountains may be zigzag without having any alignment. If you see the mountains of Japan, there is no orientation or alignment. In the case of India, we have the Shivalik range or the outer Himalayas, the lesser Himalayas, the greater Himalayas from west to east. But in Japan, the mountains are in a directionless mountains. They are because in the oceanic case, you never know which part will be going down. The denser goes down. When both the plates are denser, where the magnesium will be more, that will be going down. Therefore, there is a directionless mountain, folded mountains development in the Pacific Ocean, and you can cite the example of the mountains of Japan, mountains of Philippines, mountains of Celebes, mountains of Borneo, and mountains of Indonesia and New Guinea. All these mountains are of that type. So I think this much is sufficient. You have to give the diagrams, 3 diagrams here also. Convergence of continental with continental plate, convergence with oceanic with continental plate, and convergence of the oceanic with the oceanic. I will be teaching to my students this topic next week, I think. So this was about the origin of folded mountains. And in the last, add one sentence. When you are finishing, the theory of plate tectonics. The theory of plate tectonics has the status in geology and geomorphology as Charles Darwin's theory. Charles Darwin's theory, origin of species in the biological sciences. It explains the drift of continents, origin of folded mountains, origin of earthquakes, development of coral formations, etc. Submarine canyon. Remember, it was a short note. Actually, just before the First World War, the oceanographers, when developed the radio sounding technique to measure the depth, they found there are many deep gorges on the floor of the oceans. They are just like the V-shaped valleys on the ground in the mountains. Some of them are very steep-sided. So the immediate reaction was that they are the result of the river action. Because in the glacial period, during the Pleistocene period, the sea level went down. When sea level went down, more coast was available, more land was available, the rivers cut this. And this point was actually supported by the Congo submarine canyon and St. Lawrence submarine, Hudson submarine canyon. So there are two concepts about the origin of these submarine canyons. In one sentence, these are the valley-like formation underwater in the oceans. They are known as the submarine canyons or submarine valleys. There are two schools of thought. There are 5, 6, the book you are reading. But if there is a short note, you try to write only two important concepts about the origin of the submarine canyons. One is the river action. In some books it has been written as glacial control. The sea level depends on temperature. Whenever there is a ice age on the earth's surface, the sea level goes down. If ice melts, the sea level rises. So during the Pleistocene period, during the ice age period, right from about 2 million years back, the sea level went down by about 100 meters. Some scholars say it was 100 to 300 meters from the present sea level. When this sea level went down, the rivers like Congo River, Hudson River, they cut their valleys on the continental shelf. Later on, the ice melted, that went underwater. So this is one concept. But in 1925, this concept was challenged, saying some of the submarine canyons are as deep as 1,000 meters. Some of them are 3,000 meters, 3 kilometers deep. And sea level never been so low. Throughout the history of the earth, the sea level never been so low. How to explain such deep gorges, such deep canyon on the continental slope? So, by chance, the experts were able to find a solution. They developed another concept known as the turbidity currents. Turbidity concept. And this was by chance. I was telling to my students in the class that some good researches are the result of by chance. तीर तुक्के में अच्छी research हो जाती है. Newton was sitting under a tree and he discovered the law of gravitation. सभी जाते हैं, बाथरूम में भी जाते हैं, कोई डिस्कवर नहीं करता कि ये लॉ ऑफ ग्रेविटेशन क्या है. पेड़ के नीचे आप भी बैठे, हम भी बैठे. न्यूटन वाज एक्सेप्शन. ही डिस्कवर्ड द लॉ ऑफ ग्रेविटेशन. सेम इज द स्टोरी ऑफ पेंसिलिन. तीर तुक्के में पेंसिलिन का पता चल गया कि जो भी चीज डाली है उस घोल में मर जाती है. सेम थिंग हैपेंड विद द दिस सबमरीन canyons also. Actually, if I am correct, I don't remember the dates. In 1929, on 18th of November, there was an earthquake of serious magnitude near the Newfoundland. Newfoundland, you know, it is a very well known figure. There was an earthquake here near Newfoundland and the magnitude was high, more than 7. This occurred around 2 p.m. on this date, 18th. So what happened? Underwater there are cables connecting European countries with the America. So when the earthquake occurred, the first cable which was closest to the epicenter, that broke down immediately. And it disrupted the communication between European countries and America. People took it lightly. But next morning, after 12 hours, the Western Union cable was disrupted. It took 12 hours. So, people started thinking, why there is no earthquake now? Why there is a lag of 12 hours in the disruption of the second cable? Perchance, the third cable line of France was broken at 2 p.m. next day. After 24 hours, that was farthest from the epicenter. So this time gap between the breakage of the cable lines compelled the people of seismography to find the solution. They say whenever the earthquake occurs on the continental shelf, there is enough loose material or sediment. If you see the Ganga Delta, Sundarban Delta, in front of the Sundarban Delta, there is very enough unconsolidated, unsolidified sediment. When the earthquake occurred, the sediment which was here is slide down because it shakes like this. The material, loose material, is slide southward and it went downward. The more it went downward, the more speed it achieved. And ultimately, the first cable line was broken immediately, second after 12 hours, and the third, which was farthest, it was broken after 24 hours. On the basis of this, some of the oceanographers and seismologists, they said there are turbidity currents. The turbidity currents carry the sediment downward. If the earth is shaking like this, the loose material goes down and there is a snowball effect. That's why some of the oceanic submarine or submarine canyons are as deep as 3 kilometers. This is the correct explanation. Some of you tried to explain it, but they said when the wind blows very fast, see the logic they give in their answer. I read your answer book, though I read less, but I read enough. I know some of you read when the wind blows very fast at the pace of 200 kilometers per hour, they create submarine canyon very deep. Is it possible? It is illogical, absurd. You will lose the mass. The turbidity current is this phenomena. Whenever there is an earthquake, it shakes the loose material. The loose material slide on continental shelf. It goes on the continental slope and create these canyons. That's why some of the canyons are more than 3 kilometers. Up to a depth of 3 kilometers, there is no chance of roll of wind. Please try to avoid such blunders. So this is actually you can mention, and I got one diagram also. This is continental shelf, this is slope. They are in this shape. They may be very deep up to the edge of the continental slope. Give this diagram and write these two concepts, the glacial control concept and the turbidity current. If you want to read more, take the help of oceanography by Garrison. This is a very standard book, but unfortunately it is not available in the market. You can find this book in Ratan Tata Library, in the library of Jamia, in the library of JNU. But all the diagrams are removed by the students of MA, cut with the sharp blades. क्योंकि blade से जब काटते हैं आवाज नहीं होती. So these books are useless. I have seen all this. The diagrams are available. Give this diagram if possible, showing that the submarine carrions are of this shape. Any more question, please, you are interested in? आपको पढ़ाया जाएगा. सेवेंथ अप्रोक्सीमेशन एक दो बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छा लिखा है. मैं ये तो नहीं जानता ना, मेरे नाम याद है, बट दे डिड इट वेरी वेल. I was very happy to read the answer book. Seventh approximation is actually the soil classification developed by the Ministry of Agriculture, America, USA. It is seventh approximation because it was revised 7 times. They developed one soil classification, then improved that one. It is a complicated, but those who are regular students of Pragati, I will be teaching this topic to them. And they adopted a terminology like oxysol, antisol, aridisol, alphasol, etc., etc. Their distribution and their properties, you know, in the books it is available. In other words, it is soil taxonomy. Soil taxonomy developed by the Americans. This is American classification of soils. Rest you can consult any note or book you are relying upon. There is no need of wasting the time. Sometimes the paper setter asks time, sometimes the paper setter asks a question with a different terminology. It will be either soil taxonomy or seventh approximation. The question will not be direct. Give the classification of soil advocated by the American soil scientists. Next question. Pardon? सोशल रेलेवेंस ऑफ, उसके एक सेंटेंस लिख लीजिए जो आपको जरूर लिखना चाहिए. रोहित, लैंड ब्रीज एंड सी ब्रीज आर द रिजल्ट्स of differential heating of land and sea. This is a very important sentence. If you are at one latitude and partly it is sea and this is land, on the same latitude you will find a difference in the temperature. This is known as differential heating. As compared to the water, the land will be more warm in the. This is known as differential heating. Second sentence, the land breeze and sea breeze are pronounced in the tropical and subtropical countries, in the tropical and subtropical regions of the world. You see, in the tropical or torrid zone, the differential heating is significant. You will not find these winds in the Baltic Sea or in the Arctic Ocean or in higher latitudes, because the differential heating is not very significant here. The differential heating is very high in lower latitudes, in torrid zone, in subtropical or tropical zones. So this sentence is also very important to highlight. Now, in the daytime, the land becomes more warm. And as a result of more warm, there develops a low pressure area on land as compared to sea. Consequently, the wind blows from sea towards land. In the daytime, there develops a low pressure area on land because land is heated more. When it is warm, the air ascends. There cannot be any vacuum. Air comes from the sea and it descends again here. the height is not more than 500 meters. Remember, it is a small cycle. So it takes this shape. Warm I showed with orange color, and then this cool air is coming from the ocean. In the night time, the situation changes. It is topsy-turvy, complete reversal of this situation. In the night time, because of the radiation of heat from the surface, the land becomes relatively cool. Relatively cool means there develops a high pressure area here in comparison to the sea. The low pressure is here. The wind goes from here to this, towards the sea. This is known as the sea breeze. In few sentences you can explain this and immediately give this diagram. In this diagram I want to guide you. It is my duty as a teacher of geography that this diagram should be time saving but perfect. Some of you are saying this is land breeze because it is going towards land. This is wrong. It is sea breeze. The wind is coming from sea. That's why labeling should be correct. Don't be in a hurry. If the wind is coming from sea, then it is a sea breeze. If it is going from land, then it is a land breeze. And while drawing it, don't give so many arrows. कुछ तो इतने एरो बना देते, 20-30 एरो ऐसे बना दिए. चींटियां छोटी छोटी सी चल रही हैं. The diagram takes more time and it is very ugly also. इतनी छोटे छोटे एरोज बना दिए हैं, कितनी मेहनत की है. And you cannot compete with a simple diagram. It shows only 3-4 arrows. The cycle is complete. Here also 3-4 arrows. And to the exceptionally absurd diagram I checked in your answer books. Some of you are showing the sea breeze. This sea breeze is entering into water. Not only in water, it is entering into land and coming out after taking a bath. If the drawing is like this, don't expect any mark. You will get a 0. You will repent कि मैंने सब कुछ लिखा था, नंबर बहुत कम आए. The examiner knows your geographic sense is 0. You deserve a 0. उसको चैलेंज नहीं आप कर सकते. He is not our father-in-law. कोई रियायत नहीं होगी. काटेगा कि इसको तो एकदम से रुखसत करो. Because he is pushing the air inside the earth. इसको ये आइडिया नहीं, सरफेस पे चलती है. So these two diagrams should be carefully drawn and both should be finished in 1 minute. You can do if you have the practice. If you don't have the practice, you will think, and when you think, you commit mistake. This is also a formula. You should have it by heart. I have to give this diagram like this one. Now come to the social relevance. That is very important. The sea breeze and land breeze regulate the work schedule of the fishermen and the people living along the coastal areas. ये आपको तो लिखे हुए हैं सब, क्लास में तो ये हो गया है, लेकिन जो हमारी क्लास के नहीं उनके लिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ. So the work schedule of people like fishermen is regulated by this. All the fishermen in the tropical countries I am not talking about Dogger Bank or this Grand Bank, etc. In tropical latitude, the fishermen get up very early in the morning, around 2 a.m. At 3 o'clock they go towards the sea. 3 a.m. is the time when the air is going from land towards sea. Land breeze is blowing. They save the energy and the fuel. They go about 6-7 kilometers inside the water, do their work, catch the fish. By the time of 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, they have finished their job. That is the time when the sea breeze start coming towards the coast. They take the advantage of this sea breeze and come back to their places around 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. This is their schedule. After 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., they take their lunch, go to bed. That is their night. The female members carry the fish to the market. The people are sleeping. This is the actually life cycle of the people who are fishermen. It is. So one point is that the life of the fishermen in the tropical latitudes is closely controlled by the sea breeze and the land breeze. Point wise you can see. Number 2. In the tropical latitudes, the morning period has a scorching heat. And people feel lethargic, lazy, not enjoying doing work. In the afternoon after the arrival of sea breeze, the weather improves and the efficiency of the people goes up. Actually, the people may be working inside the house, in the library, in the lab, or any indoor activity, or they may be working in the field. Their efficiency goes up because there is a smooth, cool breeze coming from the sea. This is another point which you can mention. The third point is, all researches on sea breeze and land breeze prove that people are more efficient in the afternoon. This is actually a rejoinder of the same point. Next point, the sea breeze and land breeze are highly beneficial to some cash crops like coconut, एरिका नट, जिसे सुपारी बोलते हैं, बॉम्बे वाली सुपारी नहीं, पान में जो खाती, बनारस वाली सुपारी, एरिका नट, ऑयल नट, etc. The best quality of coconut is coming from Philippines, Malabar coast and West Indies. In these areas, the sea breeze is very strong. The sea breeze is beneficial for these cash crops. And you can stop here. If you are writing they give heavy rainfall on Western Ghats, again you are giving absurd answer. These winds never give rain. They are weak. If there is more rainfall on the Western Ghat, that is only during the rainy season, not in winter season or any other part. The sea breeze and land breeze, they blow in that part, season also. So if you are writing they give more rainfall, again you are committing a serious mistake. They never give any rainfall, but they improve the weather condition. The efficiency of the people go up. People enjoy the afternoon as compared to the forenoon in the coastal areas. This was the answer. Or क्या पूछना है? Any more question, please? Pardon?
Unique adaptations found in the desert biome.
आप इस डेजर्ट बायोम को पढ़ लीजिए. कांटेदार झाड़ियां हैं, केक्टस है. Actually, they are thorny bushes. On the bushes, there may be white threads, etc., just to check the evapotranspiration. And all the animals, in the daytime, they are sleeping. They are under some shade. In the night, they become very active. They are all, same is the case with the life of the people. In the daytime, the desert people rarely work. They work in the night time. Is adaptation. Food, clothing, shelter, everything is controlled like that. So I think I have discussed enough. And tomorrow you have to appear in your second test. That is human geography. And human geography also carries 125 marks. Minimum you have to attempt 100, because question number 5 will be compulsory plus one question more. You have to attempt 100 minimum. And good students, they pick up 2 questions from that area. Because everybody is good in part A, physical geography. You cannot beat each other easily. If you are good, your rival is also good. If you are writing any topic, your rival is also very good in that area. So the margin of or difference between the marks will not be very much. But in the B part, human geography, some students secure 60%, some secure 10% or 15%. The main difference comes in the part B. So we have to be equally good in part B also. I don't know what is your actually understanding of the part B human geography. I will be knowing only after going through your answer sheets. That will be after Sunday. Tomorrow is your test on human geography. Please go, get yourself ready to come. Try to appear in the test here in the classroom. Otherwise, it is your choice. You can submit from your home also. I am bound to evaluate your answer book. The only thing which I can assure you that only I will be doing the evaluation. You can say there are rumors in the market that assistants do this job. You will be recognizing my handwriting. So only I will be doing, and there I think will be a long lecture after 10-15 days when I will be meeting you to discuss the second paper. Because I know the second paper, if you are doing that paper here, will be going above your head. See you next time. Thank you very much. मुझे दीजिए, उसको वीरेंद्र को दीजिए. आप कह रहे थे टेस्ट सीरीज ज्वाइन करने के लिए करेंगे. देखो हमारी ह्यूमन ज्योग्राफी उनसे पूछिए, अंकुर तिवारी से. ही सो कॉन्फिडेंट. कुछ पूछ लीजिए, ही विल डू द करेक्ट आंसर. नहीं, वो क्लास होगी सेकंड वीक ऑफ अगस्त से. डायग्राम की स्लाइड देखना कुछ आ जाओ, पहले वहाँ बात करें. वैसे अच्छा किया तुमने, और अच्छा कर सकते हो. थोड़ा अपना वजन रिड्यूस करो. हाँ, यू आर पुटिंग अप सम मोर वेट, है ना. कैसा रहा? अब तुम्हारे सब सवाल ठीक होने चाहिए. तुम्हारी ड्राइंग बहुत अच्छी है, इम्प्रेस्ड. बढ़िया हो जाएगा.
कम करने का मैटर नहीं था.
वही मानते नहीं है बच्चे, ज़्यादा लिखते हैं. और 19 सवाल करने हैं. 19, 3 घंटे ही तो हैं. कहिए भाई कैसे हैं आप हमदर्द से आए हैं? अरे बड़ी दूर से आए. उसका शमीम का कैसा रहा? पीटी डाउट है. उसकी हार्ड लगे हुए. ज्योग्राफी उसकी ठीक ठाक है, लेकिन उसका पीटी का प्रॉब्लम बहुत है. कोई बात नहीं. अच्छा अच्छा. वो लास्ट टाइम तो उसमें सेकंड पेपर में रह गया था. इस बार भी उसी में चांस है. क्या हो जाता है, थोड़ी एलिमेंट्री स्टैटिस्टिक्स पढ़ ले, कुछ पढ़ ले. आई फील सॉरी फॉर हिम. कहिए भाई.
जो आपने अंडरलाइन किया, इसको आई शुड अंडरलाइन
है.
जो आपने
मैं पढ़ते हुए लगा दिया होगा. मैं इसका मतलब आपने सही लिखा है. इट मीन्स यू आर राइट.
आई थॉट कि मुझे भी अंडरलाइन
नहीं नहीं, फ्रॉस में इट वाज फॉर माय ओन कंजम्पशन.
कीवर्ड रहता है ना, उनका हिंदी में जैसे मीनिंग लिखने से फिनोलॉजी था, तो इंग्लिश में समझ में नहीं आ रहा था. तो फिनोलॉजी से ये नया टर्म है, थोड़ा टिपिकल टर्म है.
वो तो इंग्लिश वालों की समझ में नहीं आया था. जो घर पे जाके डिक्शनरी देख ली या डाउनलोड कर लिया, उन्होंने लिखा है इसका आंसर. मैं बता रहा हूँ, जिन्होंने यहाँ दिया टेस्ट, एक ने भी नहीं लिखा. वो शॉर्ट नोट सब ने छोड़ा है, लेकिन जो घर से लिख के जमा किया उन्होंने सब ने लिखा है. वो सही लिखा है. तो आप देखिए.
फिर भी अगर कुछ ऐसे जिनका मतलब
ऐसा नहीं आएगा.
हिंदी में कोई होगा,
वो आप
ये क्वेश्चन
अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो तो फ़ोन करके मुझसे बात कराना. आपका हिंदी मीडियम, तो उससे वीरेंद्र से कहना कि फ़ोन पे मुझे बात करा दे. अगर कल के पेपर में है, मैं उसका हिंदी इक्विवेलेंट बता दूँगा.
इस टाइप के क्वेश्चन में लिटिल ऑफ द अर्थ टोपोग्राफी, इसमें डायग्राम वगैरह नहीं क्या हो पाएगा? लिटिल ऑफ द अर्थ टोपोग्राफी इज ओल्डर देन द प्लीस्टोसीन.
हाँ, तो प्लास्टोसीन एज का मैप दीजिए. आइस शीट कहाँ कहाँ तक फैली हुई थी. मैप तो हर जगह है.
जियोस्ट्रॉपिक जियोस्ट्रॉफिक सर्कुलेशन में आपने बोला था कि सिर्फ ओशियानिक सर्कुलेशन, सॉरी गायर सर्कुलेशन।
भाई आपने कोचिंग कहाँ से कर दी है बताइए ईमानदारी से।
नीतू सिंह मैम क्या?
अरे जियोस्ट्रैफिक का मतलब यह है कि दो फोर्स होते हैं, हाई प्रेशर और यहाँ लो प्रेशर है। तो विंड को यहाँ से यहाँ चलना है, ये ग्रेडियंट फोर्स है, लेकिन एक डिफ्लेक्टिव फोर्स भी है जो रोटेशन से है। ऊपर के हिस्से में ये फोर्स और डिफ्लेक्टिव फोर्स दो एक दूसरे के बराबर होते हैं, इसलिए ये अगर आइसोबार यहाँ है और दूसरा यहाँ है तो दे मूव पैरेलल टू दैट।
सर एक्चुअली माय क्वेश्चन वाज, जो आपने गायर सर्कुलेशन का क्वेश्चन दिया था,
हाँ
सर आपने कमेंट लिखा है कि गायर सर्कुलेशन ओशियानिक वाला लिखना है,
हाँ,
बट सर जो जियोस्ट्रॉफिक विंड फ्लो हो रही है
ना वो जेट स्ट्रीम में आएगा,
वो गायर
रॉस भी ना
मुझे
वो नहीं था, इट वाज अबाउट द ओशंस गैस।
व्हेनेवर गायर सर्कुलेशन कम्स
नहीं, वो गैस असल में तो वहाँ डेवलप नहीं होते। वो अगर मियांडरिंग भी उनकी होती है तो वो रॉस भी वेव्स हैं या फिर आपके जेट स्ट्रीम से। ये गेयर्स पे सवाल था, इट वाज ऑन ओशनोग्राफी।
गायर का जब भी सवाल आया
तो आपको ओशन से लिखना।
ओशियानोग्राफी।
ये किसकी कापी है?
सर मेरी।
और अंकुर ठीक हो? कैसे हो अंकुर? तुम्हारी राइटिंग बड़ी अच्छी है, मैं अंकुर से बता रहा था। तो आपने ऑनलाइन ये ज्वाइन कर रखा है?
ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन किया
तो उसको आप अटेंड करते रहिए।
बस पूरे टाइम में डेली कर रहा हूँ सर, नोट्स बना रहा हूँ जैसा
नहीं, आप लोग इंटेलिजेंट नंबर आने चाहिए, मुझे उम्मीद है
30th को जो टेस्ट होगा उसमें आपको
आने चाहिए, मुझे उम्मीद है।
30th को जो टेस्ट होगा उसमें आपको फिजिकल और ह्यूमन ज्योग्राफी दोनों क्वेश्चन में आपको मैं कंटेंट
नहीं वो आएंगे, तब तो हम बहुत एक्सप्लेन कर देंगे। अभी हमने फिजिकल जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी नहीं पढ़ाई, उसमें वो भी आएगा।
सर फर्स्ट टेस्ट जो मैंने दिया था अभी
हाँ,
यही क्लास में आके दिया था, मेरा टारगेट ये था कि जो आपने ओशियनोग्राफी पूरा पढ़ा दिया था ये सारे
नहीं उसमें अच्छा किया आपने,
उसमें सब में
नहीं सब बहुत अच्छा है वो, लेकिन जो आपने पढ़ाई नहीं ज़ाहिर है उसमें आप कैसे करें, लेकिन अब हो जाएगा वो भी, चूँकि जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी तो मैं पढ़ाऊँगा अभी। हाँ हाँ, वो नहीं आधा कुछ अभी बच रहा है, हो जाएगा। हमारे बच्चों को ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है, लेकिन यहाँ ऐसी ऐसी एब्सर्ड चीज़ें लिख रखी हैं बच्चों ने, और इनका दोष नहीं है, इनको गाइड नहीं कर रहे।